All right, I'm back from my birthday dinner. Welcome to part two of our weekly test show. Let me get the live feed going again here. There we go. And we're gonna play catch up once. We're gonna play catch up once Wheel of Fortune finishes. And I got something cool where we're gonna mess around with a bit later, along with those iKing clips. But right now, let's rejoin Wheel of Fortune. All right. So Wheel of Fortune is on a break. I see Drew's gonna get a new radio tomorrow. He actually sent something while I was away. Um, Positive, encouraging K-Love. Yay. And we don't know if it took Fort Worth. But here is what we do need to go back on. Hello. I hope I didn't just tell us to play it all by accident. Okay, I didn't. Went through here. Then the rest of it is on my logger. Or at least it should be. Yep, so Fort Worth did test, but a lot of it failed. So here's Alaska. Here is that. And there's WAOO. I was wondering when they would ever do it. Alright, now back over to StreamWriter. I'll go ahead and stop Tampa, Mobile, Fort Worth, Dallas, Waco, Palestine, and Corsicana. Can we play all three of these at once? I guess not. We'd have to pull the streams up individually. So, here's what we're going to do instead. We're going to do it the way that we used to do, right? Play them through Audacity. We're going to do it like so. But let's go take care of the bonus round first. All right. Are we ready to close this thing out? I hope so. So, we'll do this the way we have been doing, right? Let's locate Tampa stat. Oop, I think I see it. I think I see it somewhere. Is it in here or is it not? Oh, there it is, right here. Okay. So that's Tampa. Ready to see how we're going to do it? You're about to see how we're going to do all of this. And then finally, we're just going to throw all these in at once. Give it a sec. Here we go.
The preceding was a test of the warning alarm system of National Weather Service radio station WXK91 in Topeka, Kansas. During potential or actual dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers are automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of these receivers are normally conducted twice a year. Reception of this broadcast and the warning alarm will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at a greater distance from the transmitter, will occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in perfect working order. During severe weather, the warning alarm will be activated for severe thunderstorm and tornado watches, and for severe thunderstorm, tornado, and flash flood warnings. The warning alarm will also be used for civil emergency messages. A test of the warning alarm feature of National Weather Service Radio is conducted at 12 noon and 7 p.m. each Wednesday, unless there is a significant risk of severe weather in the area. The following counties: Shawnee, Waubonsee, Douglas, Osage, Jefferson, Jackson, Potawatomi, Riley, Geary, Atchison, and Morris. We now return to normal programming. Surrounding locations for tonight: mostly clear. Lows in the upper 50s. East winds around 5 miles an hour. These are the 6 p.m. conditions for the Des Moines area. At the Des Moines airport, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 81 degrees Fahrenheit, or 27 degrees Celsius, the dew point 59, and the relative humidity 47%, producing a heat index of 81. The wind was south at 7 miles an hour. The pressure was 30.09 inches and steady. Looking around the area. At Marshalltown, it was sunny, with a temperature of 80. It was mostly sunny, with a temperature of 81 at Ames, and 81 at Encanay. At Boone, it was cloudy, with a temperature of 82. Here are some conditions elsewhere in Iowa. Skies ranged from sunny to mostly sunny. It was 78 at Spencer, 77 at Mason City, 78 at Waterloo, and 81 at the Quad Cities. Ottumwa reported 82, Lamoni reported 81, Omaha Council Bluffs reported 83, and Sioux City reported 81. Now for a few weather conditions around the region.
All right. Match game is on its first break, and Des Moines has tested. Now, I want to take care of a few pieces of business before match game comes back. And I also just realized I missed the rest of Amtrak, the rest of them, but I'll take care of it later. Alright, so let's reactivate Elkhart. So here's what we're going to do with all these Fort Worth things. We're actually going to shrink it down so that way they all play the message simultaneously. Doesn't that sound like fun? It sure does. Alright, one of them, this is the one that barely lasted. And so we're going to play all these at once. Well, meaning all of them synced up. Well, what I mean by all of them at once, all of them playing in synchronized unison. So none of the other stuff. Alright, this should be the test from Palestine.
Serving the Palestine listening area.
Okay, this is the test right here. So we'll take that out. This is so... Oh, wait a minute. That's not Palestine. This is Corsicana. Alright, let's see how it's looking so far with all of these together.
This is the National Weather Service Office in Fort Worth. The preceding signal was a test of the public warning system for weather radio station KECC 56.
Ah, this sounds great. Alright, so that's Corsicana. One of them is Waco's message. And that would be right over here.
Around 5 miles an hour.
And this would be Waco's message right here. So copy, delete, scroll right over here to the very beginning of the video, paste it in. Let's see how it looks.
This is the National Weather Service Office in Fort Worth. The preceding signal was a test of...
Okay, but where is Palestine's message? But there's supposed to be two of them. There's supposed to be two Palestines. That's a problem. One of them is longer than the other. And you can tell how hard it is, to distinguish between the two. So we have to listen very carefully for the message of here. I do apologize for the crazy tones, but that's how the station stream was set up. Alright, here it is. Oh my god. That fucking dimwit won't give me a break. Let's make sure these are all synchronized. Oh god, this is gonna sound ugly. This is gonna sound very ugly. So we got Tampa, and then we have Mobile, and then we have Fort Worth, and then we have a Lembine that we're gonna call. All right. I have a few other crazy talking news ideas that we can try. Or never mind. This match game is back on. Just came back from commercial. Okay, now that match game is on another commercial break. Let's go ahead and play the catch-up game here. Yep, I can hear out the other side. Oh, and before we start, let's flip the color back. No, not brown. Thank you. All right. Tampa, you will start us off.
This is NOAA Weather Radio, the 24-hour voice of your National Weather Service. The preceding signal was a test of the public warning and alarms for transmitters in the Florida listening area, originating from Ruskin, Florida. This was also a test of the same system or specific area message encoder. The same system will alert only the counties affected by a particular warning. These tests are conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, and again between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. unless severe weather threatens. This concludes the weekly test. We now return to regular programming. This is the National Weather Service in Mobile, Alabama. The preceding signal was a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm device for stations KEC 61 Mobile, KEC 86 Milton, WWF 55 Jackson, KIH 59 Dillinger, WNG 646 Brutton, WNG 640 Leakesville, and WNG 607 Greenville. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically activated to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and your receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 9 and 10 a.m. and between 6 and 8 p.m. each Wednesday. If there is a threat of or existing severe weather within the area Wednesday, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm, will vary at any given location. This variability, which is normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even if you are using a good quality receiver, which is in good working order. The warning alarm will be activated for hazardous watches and warnings, which affect the following counties. In Mississippi, George, Greene, Jackson, Terry, Stone, and Wayne. In Alabama, Baldwin, Butler, Choctaw, Clark, Coffee, Conecuh, Covington, Crenshaw, Escambia, Geneva, Lowndes, Mobile, Monroe,
The civil authorities have issued a required weekly test for all of Alaska beginning at 6:02 p.m. and ending at 6:17 p.m. A required weekly test has been issued for all of Alaska. This is only a test login.
We now return you to our normal program.
A required weekly test for Marion OR and Polk OR beginning at 6:31 p.m. and ending at 7:31 p.m. EIS required weekly test for WVCC, Marion County, Polk County. Test.
The preceding signal service office in Anchorage. The preceding signal was a test of the weather radio station West North G6714 public warning system. During potentially
All that, ladies and gentlemen, that message has not changed.
can be automatically activated by the signal to warn of the impending hazard. Tests of the signal and receiver's performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. each Wednesday. If there is a threat of severe weather, the test will be postponed until the next available good weather day. Reception of this broadcast, and especially the warning alarm tone, will vary at any given location. This variability, normally more noticeable at greater distances from the transmitter, can occur even though you are using a good quality receiver in good working order. The warning alarm tone will be activated for watches and warnings in the broadcast area. Another radio station West North G6714. This is the National Weather Service office in Fort Worth.
And now here's the grand finale.
During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built receivers can be automatically
So this is all 5 Fort Worth tests playing in synchronization.
and receivers' performance are normally conducted by the National Weather Service each Wednesday between 10 a.m. and 2
This is kids and potty test.
Oh gosh. Almost at the end here. Now that's amazing. Alright, back to match game. is a lovely error. That is a lovely error. HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error. HP Media Smart. Okay, Match Game is on its next break. What? So, I'm going to sort of deviate from the original plan that I wanted to do earlier on in the show. Instead, I'm going to take a sample from one of our previous Friday extravaganzas. Kitson. Okay. So instead, I'm going to take a sample from one of our previous Friday Fun Night extravaganzas, particularly where that. Wait, what the heck? I did not know I could do that with Ginger. Or because I have not touched that kind of part since I started playing around with that app years ago. Okay, that is a love. Oh, this is gonna be good. All right, are you ready? Then let's do this. Speaker up close. Capture card. I'll deal with the call on the other computer for right now. But maybe this off completely. There we go. Now we can start. HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error. HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error. HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error. HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error. HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. Okay, let's try this instead.
word game. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart Menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error. Media Smart.
That is a lovely error.
That is a love.
HP Media Smart menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
HP Media Smart menu has stopped working. That is a lovely error.
As much as I love that, I got something better. This one.
Hello 3!
It's a free. It's a free.
We have a It's a free.
We have a 3! It's a 3!
We have a It's a
We have a 3! It's a 3!
We have a It's a
We have a 3! It's a 3!
We have It's a
We have a 3! It's a 3!
We have It's a free.
We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three. We have a three. We have a three. We have a three. It's a three.
Calling. I gotta see why the hell Obi. Yeah, maybe our internet is not that capable after all. Okay, now it decides to come back. Alright, well, there we go. Now, I was waiting for the signal to return, so that way I could start talking. Alright, so I just went back on the Builder in Borealis. Builder number 7 was canceled today. I don't know why it was, but it was. And what was the other one? The Borealis, yep, that went through as expected. Excuse me, John, I just finished going back on the local. But wow, it seems like everybody really wants to get their weekly in today. Okay. There we go. So, hoping the signal does not go down again. Let me tell you, oh boy, I am absolutely stuffed after a fun dinner I've had tonight at the Chaos Brewcade. I had a blast there playing the games and everything, and furthermore, it was all free. See, I told you, folks, the games there are free. They're all free to play. You just tell the server you're here to play the games too, and I did. I actually played a lot of the games, and I even enjoyed the food. But furthermore, I was even given I was actually in for a treat afterwards, after the main course was complete. After I completed the main course, I was offered ice cream to celebrate my birthday as well as dessert. I initially turned down the offer because I was full, but then later I thought, you know what? I'd be more than happy to get it. But I got French vanilla. I didn't notice the difference, other than the texture. But we did make it back here in time for Wheel of Fortune. We also made it here in time for Match Game, but unfortunately my parents aren't interested in taking care of the Quiz with Balls or 1% Club tonight. So, as I promised to my mother earlier in the week, I would leave the perfect line recordings for her to see, and she's watching the first episode of the 6 that have already premiered. So apparently now they do one at 7:30 and another at like 12:30 at night or something like that. I don't see Flipside episode 2 or 4. It seems like they skipped those two altogether. But I know GSN is going to air those. So I'm just gonna wait for the U to catch up. So Flipside makeups. So I'll put labels for E2 and E4 to know that those were the episodes that the U did not air. So that way I know what episodes I should go back on. And while Match Game was airing, before I started doing the catch-up, I saw the Lembind finally acknowledge the status that I had put down. I had completely forgotten about it while I was playing all the games there. But I absolutely enjoyed it. I had a blast at the Chaos Brewcade. But on the way home, we were stopped by a train. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to see it. But, as I've already mentioned, that's a sneak peek as to what's coming. And I hope you're all ready for it. Speaking of being ready for it, because of how full I am tonight, I am not going after any popcorn this evening. Hell no. The Brewcade filled me up real good with everything that they can. Oh boy, I have a good feeling Primos is going to do the same. Oh gosh. Alright. So let's go ahead and load up Talking Ginger once again. And hopefully I don't kill my microphone by doing this. Okay, where's the sound? Oh, there we go. I forgot I still had the speaker volume unchanged during the restart. Alright. We're going to go ahead and switch the status to online and make the call. I'm just going to make sure everybody's queued. Alright, we shall now proceed. Okay, I'll just remain here until it kicks me out, or... Okay, Alright, he didn't respond. Alright, we'll just keep this here, because I know he's online. I'll just turn this on so it doesn't break the audio process. Alright. This time I'm not gonna spam. I'm just gonna hush these two while I speak. Alright, well, he didn't pick up. So we're gonna be patient, because I know he's online, or he could be busy with something else, or maybe he doesn't know. So this time I'm gonna do what I should have done, is be patient and wait. While we are waiting, I can go ahead and break down everything that happened, what I was talking about earlier at the beginning of today's program. Well, if you missed part 1. So I talked about how I got through more of the tapings. Of course, 3 back to back to back of my favorite Bubble Guppies episodes came on. Mountain Ninja Rescue on Monday, Construction Site yesterday, and then Bumblebee Athlon earlier this morning, which I had on in the background while the second half of the Eastern Seaboard was, the second half of the Eastern Seaboard was going. And then I also talked about how far we got with the tapings of all the episodes and everything. So Sorry is 1 episode shy of the halfway point, which is episode 130. Yeah, 130 is the halfway point. As for Wheel of Fortune, we're currently at 167 currently of the 185. So that means that we have 18 more episodes left to tape of the show. And I am hoping to complete that process tomorrow. Now, what you're seeing on the screen is what I am looking to get now after Apple unveiled their new devices at yesterday's Apple event stream that they hosted. They've been hosting it as stream since, well, for a long time actually they have. So this is their latest creation this year, the iPhone 17. Now, as you all know, for the past few months, I have been following along with the development of iOS 26, not 19, 26, after Apple announced it at WWDC earlier in the spring. It was in June that they announced it. And it is actually now on the release candidate. So this is like the final pre-release build before it is released to the general public in the so-called stable channel of iOS. Because yes, Apple's iOS also has an insider program. Now who's testing? Hasn't KJZC done too many weeklies this week? Or is this the only 2 that they ever do? Yeah, I'm not going to spam call them. I'm just going to be patient and wait. I'm just going to be patient and wait. Because he may be busy with other things. So it's best to be patient. So then KZGC. And perfect. Alright. Now, back to what I was talking about here with the phones. But, of course, my parents are watching the premiere of The Perfect Wine. So yeah, it's that new game show hosted by Deborah Norville. Okay, so it looks like he's not ready at the moment. Okay, but at least he got back, so that's okay. At least we can wait another hour because 9 p.m. is usually when our primetime stuff is finished anyway, and we happen to finish the primetime early. I mean, yeah, I'm ready for a call, but if he's not, that's fine. That's fine. We'll just let him do his business, and then when he's ready to call me, he'll call me. Simple as that. Alright, sorry about the brief pause. I decided I'd just go ahead and brush my teeth and get that done now because my mind said, no, don't go for popcorn tonight. The Brewcade was enough. You don't need any more. Oh, he's got time now? Alright, so. Okay, I guess he's ready then. Let's see if he picks up this time.
Hey, yes, we're on.
Hey, yes, we're on.
Your voice mod on?
Nope. It's those talking animals again.
It's those talking animals again.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah. You know.
Animals again.
It's those talking animals
Oh, look, it's
again.
Rich though. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then I was about to say, we have a verdict. My mother likes the perfect line.
What line?
The Perfect Line game show that's now hosted by Deborah Norville, who retired from Inside Edition 3 weeks ago, or 3 months ago. 3 months ago, actually, not 3 weeks ago. What the hell? All right. Well, now that the Lembine's here, after he changed his mind, let me continue with the discussion on what I was talking about earlier at the beginning of today's program. So, let's start over from the beginning, as you may not know this. So, it's about my possibly new iPhone. So yesterday, Apple had streamed their fall keynote, where they unveiled new Apple Watches, new generation of AirPods, and of course our new models of iPhones. The regular iPhone, then the Pro and the Pro Max line. Nothing about Plus. So I think Apple may have discontinued the Plus line after a few years, but this is the phone I'm looking to get now. The iPhone 17. And we'll go back to the iPhone 16. And initially I was debating between two other phones. The regular 16 and the 16E. But the 16E being the more budget-friendly variant of the 16. You know, it has the action button, Apple Intelligence, but it doesn't have that camera control toggle, and it has longer battery life too. But when Apple unveiled the iPhone 17, I'll scroll through the page here so you can see everything. So here it highlights...
Oh, hang on a minute.
So here it highlights about
Wait, plan control.
promotion, and then of course all this other
devices. Shoot. What is my output device? Hold on. I need to figure something out here. Plan control.
Figer.
I have to figure something out. Plan holding.
Well, that reminds me, because I still have the document from today's David and Clavit Scrambled Word Game. Here were the 9 letters that were revealed this morning, and now we're going to try to make some words out of it.
And I'm freezing my computer once.
Reggervice. Oh wait, that's not all the letters. RGARCIV. Okay.
You know what? I need to find out why it's not working. Why is this?
Let's see how Google Translate pronounces this.
Regarsive.
Regarsive.
Okay.
What?
Despreciable.
Despreciable. Let's see if I can
Yeah.
define this. Let's see. Search the web for more tools. Inspect emoji. Search the web. Widely used phrases.
Shit. What is this?
Just widely used phrase. Is that the definition, or is it just
I had to move this output somewhere else. Hang on, Playful.
Yeah, I guess so.
Second. I'm gonna,
Yeah, I guess. I guess that's not a word. But let's see if we can make this one.
Sierve.
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 Sierve. Sierve.
Well, that's gotta suck. I don't have a way to. Well,
Yeah, my
probably
father's
do,
watching
but-
the second episode of The Perfect Line that aired later on Monday night.
Yeah.
Sierve.
Sierve. Let's see what other words we can. AERGRVICE. Let's see what it's.
Ergervice.
Ergervice. Ergervice. This is the text of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Operational Area
Oh, God, that thing
Emergency
again.
Alert System. Yep, because WTOP decided to RWT, which I will
Yes.
take care of later. Anyway, back to this.
Ergervice.
Ergervice. Let's see what other words we can come up with. Let's see. CRIEARCE. Creers.
Creers. Creers.
Creer.
Creers.
Yeah.
Creers. Creers. Let's see what other words we
Man.
got. Let's see. VIRGE. Right.
Swear to God, this is actually going on the same sound card. No!
ARCE. Let's see what we get here.
Vergeers.
Vergeers.
Or is it actually? Oh no, it's on the output.
Well,
It's weird. Why the fuck?
well, yeah, I kind of like this idea. Try to see what kind of weird words I can get from the WMVS Name and Claim It word game. And I found out that they do this thing once a week instead of like every weekday, which is interesting. So not only does it give a local listener over there a chance to win, but also an opportunity for me to try to come up with pretty wacky words that I may have ended up creating when typing a whole bunch of gibberish. When typing a whole bunch of gibberish into Google Translate.
With you your
Yeah.
fei you away.
Let's see.
YOERFAIYUOWE. ERFAIYUOWE.
Okay. Well, you know what? We'll get back to unscrambling those words and letters and everything like that in just a few minutes. Well, in just a few moments, but first let's get back to the iPhone. Let's get back to talking about the iPhone first. So yeah, as I've said, now I want the iPhone 17. Although it actually looks
Oh, he's landing at Lansing. Oh, he's landing at Lansing.
Although it looks very identical to the iPhone 16 in terms of design, in terms of last year's phone, there are actually quite some significant changes. There's a brighter display at 120 hertz with ProMotion, and now has Apple's next installment of Ceramic Shield, or Ceramic
98
Shield,
new
the
messages.
sequel, whatever. Ceramic Shield 2, as it's called, with now 3 times better scratch resistance, along with the center stage camera and how you could frame your shot. And as seen in the demonstration of that feature, when you're taking a picture with if you have the phone at like portrait, you don't have to turn it landscape anymore. You can tell it to turn it landscape, and it'll turn it landscape for you. You can take the picture or video in landscape mode while holding it portrait. That actually I think might be kind of useful when we get to season 4 of Downers Grove later this year. Well, not later this year, but
Hey,
later,
Plan.
but
Hey,
next year.
Planfold, I'm gonna mute you for a couple minutes. I know I'm on the call still, but I'm gonna probably mute
That's all
or
right.
turn you down a little bit.
That's
I'll probably be busy, but hang on, let me go here.
But that's fine. But that's all right. I'm just talking about a bunch of other things anyway.
Just trying to figure it out. Oh my
He
god!
figures out his stuff. Anyway, well, I
Yeah,
continue
I'm
talking
trying
about
to-
my stuff.
There we
Actually,
go. I
before
got
that,
it. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. It's interesting how the heck this audio is actually going through. Should be at what the volume.
wow, that's like the second time I had to pause tonight. Damn, the Brewcade really did my due diligence tonight, didn't it? Okay, back to the iPhone. So where are we at? We were talking about the camera compared to the 16, and I'll go through the comparison between last year's phone in just a moment. So I was talking about the camera in this new center stage kind of thing, where now I can have the phone in portrait mode, in portrait orientation, and then I can have it shoot a video in landscape. It'll adjust to landscape automatically, so then I don't have to turn the phone landscape myself, which is pretty nice, isn't it? So I'm kind of taking a bit of this opportunity now and trying out, getting used to where the camera control thing is going to be once I get to 17, as that's how I'm going to be able to control the camera, as I'm trying it out with the 10R that I'll be replacing. And there's also a new center stage front camera, so it can automatically adjust, the camera the width of the frame to get everybody in the shot, which is pretty cool. Because we tried to do a lot of selfies when we were in Seattle, and especially in previous years, but of course the selfie pictures were not that perfect. We had to retake multiple times just to get everybody in the frame. So we'll try it with my phone. We'll see how well it does. And of course, this is about the dual fusion camera system. That's part of the 17. And then it has the A19 chip with all-day battery life. Actually, 30 hours, as I have seen. So, pretty cool. So, you could do whatever you want on your phone without charging it for the whole day. You can play. Oh wait. Oh wow. Is that Minion Rush? Oh my God. I remember that game. I remember Minion Rush. I miss it though. But wow, I could do a whole lot with the 17. I could scroll through. I could binge watch episodes of like some game shows I missed. I can listen to my chiptune music and every other thing. Speaking of chiptune music, I actually set up 26 new songs to be introduced. 24 of which are brand new and 2 of which are retakes of already existing songs. And iOS 26 is going to give a whole new look to the iPhone. And there's Apple Intelligence from image creation to live translation, which is pretty nice. And it's going to come in 5 colors. This is lavender. This is sage. This is Mist Blue, and this is actually the one I'm looking to get, Mist Blue, because I wanted blue when I asked for the 10R, but when my mother upgraded to the 10R, she got it in black. But now, since I am older, I can get my phone the way I want it. I want it just the way I want it. So that's in Mist Blue. And then, of course, the classic black and white. And then this is the 6.3-inch display. So it's going to be slightly larger than my other one. And there's going to be actually a separate Games app now and a separate Playground app, too. For Apple Intelligence, I think exclusive to this phone. There's, of course, Ceramic Shield 2. The camera control slider. I actually had a lot of fun playing around with that when the iPhone 16 was on display at that app in Glenview. When we were searching for my Nana's new microwave, I was playing around with the camera control on the 16. The action button, I didn't really touch that much, but I'll see what use I can get out of the action button. And then Dynamic Island, that is something the 16E does not have. So this is cool. I can have song controls. While I have Naughty completely on the screen, and I don't need to have a separate widget anymore, which is pretty cool. And of course, there's the 18 megapixel front center stage camera. There's where it automatically adjusts. So this is center stage for photos, and it gets everyone in a group shot automatically. And here's a feature that I'm kind of criticizing now that I think about it. This dual capture feature where it will use both the front and back cameras simultaneously, with the back camera being showing what it's showing, and then like the front being like your reaction to the moment that's being captured. You can also ultra stabilize the video, which I have not been able to do, which I can't even do on the 10R. And there's center stage for video calls, which I have actually seen. I don't think I've noticed center stage being actively used that much on my current iPad Mini 6. It probably has been. It has probably been utilized, but I haven't noticed. But here is really what gets me. And at 256 gigabytes, it has double the starting storage of the previous model, so you can capture to your heart's content and beyond. Now that is what I like. Because if I'm going to be capturing a lot of train videos, I definitely need a lot of space. So 256 gigabytes, that is what I'm going to do. But there's more to it. 2x telephoto, and you can clean up any distractions from the pictures. And then, of course, You can charge up to 50% in 20 minutes with a 40-watt power adapter or higher. Now, I'll have to see how this wireless charging coil does with my 17. We'll see how well it does. See how well it handles. And of course, we can compare the speeds between the 13, Apple's last ever mini phone, and the iPhone 14, up to 90% faster. Wow. And then the 14 Plus, and then the 15 and 15 Plus. It doesn't compare with the 16 yet, but I assume they're going to get that kind of information once the 17 is officially out. And we can also compare performance here in the form of a chart. And you can see all of the processors that are going to be in the latest iPhones. And we can actually scroll through design. You can see here's the 17. Here's the iPhone Air. This is their first iPhone Air. And 17 Pro. Doesn't have the Pro Max, but the Pro Max is pretty much identical. But then, of course, that's the processors. And then the battery. And then here's the 512 gigs. So the 17 will come in two storage configurations, 256 and 512 gigabytes, which I don't mind. The Air starts at 256 gigabytes and will be available in 256, 512, and 1 terabyte. The 17 Pro will also have the same configuration, but the Pro Max can go up to a whopping 2 terabytes. That's exactly the amount of storage on that mechanical hard drive that's in my Dell Micro right now. Pretty amazing, huh? But look at the starting cost. $1,100 for a 17 Pro? Hell no. I'm fine with the flagship model. $800, good enough for me. But of course, I'm gonna get credit for it when I trade in my old phone. And there's a reason why I'm also and there's also a reason why I'm also gonna trade it in. But then here's some more things with iOS 26. Of course, the liquid glass that I've been raving to, a more vibrant lock screen. I'll see how much more vibrant I can make it. I'll see how much more I can make it. Your photo comes to life with a new 3D effect. I'll have to see how well that 3D effect will work with those Guppy characters. I'll have to see. But anyway, call screening. Not sure how good that'll be. And then there's hold assist and message polls. And then of course some Apple Intelligence features too. Genmoji, which of course I don't have anywhere near Apple Intelligence, but that's fine. And then here's their satellite functionality that they introduced with the... Did they introduce it with the 16 or the 15? Well, either of those two. They introduced the ability to stay connected, and you could send your messages or roadside assistance via connecting your phone via satellite, which is pretty cool. Worth the upgrade? See for yourself. But unfortunately, this list goes... The farthest down it can go is the iPhone 13. It doesn't go down to the 10R. But it compares... But you can compare the iPhone 13 and, of course, all the other models. This is just a more larger view.
Hey, Plainfield, I'm going to get going a little early tonight. I'm sorry if I didn't last long tonight. I'm just tired.
But that's alright. And I don't think you're going to be able to do Deal or No Deal tonight either.
So I'll see you later. Okay, bye-bye.
Alright. Well, I guess assuming that's the case, you probably won't be able to do Deal or No Deal this evening. So... But that's alright. At least I'm glad we did it. So now I guess we'll have to hope that Brandon is able to join us. So that's at least what I'm hoping for. Alright, so now we know that Yalek is quite tired tonight, and I know he has a busy day of work ahead of him tomorrow. We're just going to do it with Brandon. And Brandon only, not the group. So... Alright. But then, of course, there are some accessories here. There's actually a crossbody strap that's going to be also available for the 17. That I could use, but I don't think it's going to be compatible with all those cases. There's a silicone case with MagSafe, and there's a clear case with MagSafe. There's all those case choices. Why Apple is the best place to buy an iPhone. So of course it shows about how you can get an offer when you trade in your old phone. You could pay over time. You could get credit from your carrier. You could talk one-on-one with a specialist and have your device set up and explore its new features and everything else like that. But then here's just a slight breakdown of the 17 and the Air. And then we can compare all iPhone models, and then this is where we get the more graphical, the more advanced look. Alright, so now that Yalla call ended on such short notice, let's go ahead and take care of WTOP before we continue our discussion about my new phone. So let's do it now. I just realized I did it with the desktop audio on. I just seem to get ahead of myself a lot. Okay. So, now that that's taken care of, let me just go ahead and trim this down here. There we go. Okay, back to the iPhones. So, let's go ahead and put no, not the page we were just at. Yes, this one. This is the one we want. So, let's put them all together. So, here's the 17. Here's the 16E and the 16. The phone I wanted originally, the phone I changed my mind to, and the phone I want now in Miss Blue. So, here are the differences between them all. So the 16, I would still get the 6.1 inch screen, just like with my 10R. And actually, we can further compare. We can actually further compare the other iPhone models, I think. This one only lets us do 2, but that's fine. We can compare them all together. So we can do it by multitasking. So we'll change this to 16. And yeah, 6S is not on here anymore. So we'll go ahead and do a full comparison between the 17, which is what I'm looking to get now, the 16 and 16E, which are what I wanted originally, and the iPhone XR, which is what I currently have. So we go down to the first section here. You can see the pretty clear difference. You can see the 16 has the dynamic island screen, while the XR does not have it at all. It has a liquid retina display, while 16 and above has the Super Retina XDR. The 16E does not have always on or dynamic island, as dynamic island would be reserved for 16 and above. However, the always on display is only available on the 16 Pro, the 16 Pro and Pro Max. In terms of other functionality, all are aluminum. The 16 and 17 have action buttons, while my XR is still with the old classic ring silent switch. The 16 and the 17 have the camera control.
However, the 10R does not have ceramic shield. The 16 and the 16E do, but the 17 has the newer ceramic shield 2 with 3 times better scratch resistance. While my 10R is water resistant for only 1 meter up to 30 minutes, now the 16 and above are 6 meters for up to 30 minutes. And then these are the processor specs of my 10R as I currently have. The A12 chip, 6-core CPU, and a 4-core GPU with an 8-core neural engine. The A18 chip in both. The 16E would only have 4-core GPU. 16 would have 5 cores GPU. But the A19 has hardware accelerated ray tracing, but now has neural accelerators in the GPU because it is now powered by Apple Intelligence. If we look at the battery life, up to 16 hours of video playback on the 10R. Now, unfortunately, with my 10R, that is no longer the case. It's kind of starting to become like my iPhone 6, but at least not as bad. Because the battery life is still good. It'll get me through most of the day. Unlike the iPhone 6s. Boy, it was terrible. It was terrible. And we can go to battery health and service. So I'm in battery health and charging. It's telling me that the battery health has significantly degraded, and that you can go to Apple's website to replace the battery and restore full performance and capacity. Well, actually, no, that is not what we're going to be doing. We're going to instead replace the phone entirely. And there actually is a good reason for it. Because if we scroll down to the end of the iOS list, there's a device compatibility area right here. No mention of 10R anywhere. So Apple is officially dropping support for my phone. So that means it's time to upgrade. But here's the situation with the 17 as it stands right now. Since the phone was just announced, pre-orders begin this Friday, the 12th, at 7 a.m. Central Time, 5 a.m. Pacific Time, as Apple usually does. So pre-orders will begin at 7 a.m. Central Time, and they will be available on the 19th, which is the following Friday. The 15th, which is this coming Monday, is when iOS 26 will be released to the general public. In the current case of all of my devices, only my current iPad mini will be getting it. Only my iPad mini, the one that I am currently using, will get iOS 26. Well, the iPad version of iOS 26, iPadOS 26 actually, which basically is the same thing, but I've seen all the looks and everything, and it's going to be pretty amazing seeing what it all looks like, when my iPad gets turned into a Mac Portable. I say Mac Portable because they're finally going to bring true multitasking to the iPad for the first time, which is pretty amazing. But we'll have to see how my current iPad plays out with iOS 26 before I decide to make the jump, before I make the switch. But the thing is, iOS 18 will still get security updates for another few months after iOS 26 is released. So, moving on, 22 hours for the 16, 26 hours for the 16E, but now 30 hours for the 17. Isn't that amazing? And then here's all the cameras. True depth camera, 7 megapixels, 12 megapixels, 18 megapixels. There's tap to zoom and rotate. These just have tap to zoom. This doesn't have anything. It's just a 12 megapixel main camera, 12 megapixel ultra wide, and 48 megapixel fusion main camera. This is a dual camera system. Same thing here, but now the 17 is 48 megapixels all in one. The 16E is a 2-in-1 system at 48 megapixels. And the 16 models can do super high resolution at 24 and 48 megapixels. Focus and depth control on the 17. Portrait mode on the 16E. Macro photography. My 10R can't even do, well, it looks like my 10R could do 4K. It certainly can't. It certainly can't do Dolby Vision. Unlike the 16, 16E, and the 17. Which can do it at 60 frames per second and a bunch of other zoom options. So now I can zoom in by 2 as far back as 0.5, unlike the 16E. 16 can, but not my 10R. And of course, as with the present day of the AI revolution, everything pretty much is going to come with Apple Intelligence now. Even modern Windows PCs now come with Copilot. Well, regardless of it being a Copilot, regardless if it's a Copilot plus AI PC or not. So, I'm going to be getting Apple Intelligence either way when I get the 17. So, I'm going to have to think of some ways that I could end up making use out of it. Maybe in a good way. But who knows. My 10R has SOS, but then of course with the 16 and all the other models, you get all the other SOS features. The 10R still uses the old-fashioned Lightning, and the newer models now use USB-C, which has been a standard on iPad for quite some time. So now they finally brought USB-C over to the iPhone. I believe it started with the iPhone 15. Well, let's check. Let's take a look and see. The 13 has Lightning. So it was the 15 that brought USB-C. Okay. So the 10R can do QI wireless charging, and so can the 16 and 17. Those have MagSafe. The 16E can do QI wireless charging, but it's only the 16 and 17 that are compatible with MagSafe. Now, if we look at the storage capacities, this is, as I said earlier, what's actually catching my attention. The base storage was 64 gigabytes on the 10R. The 16's base storage and 16E is 128. 128 is the highest capacity of the 10R. Now, the highest capacity on the iPhone is 512 gigabytes just for the standard model. But like I said earlier about the Pro Max, the highest storage now is a whopping 2 terabytes. That you can get on the 17 Pro Max. And we're going to see just how expensive it is in a little bit. But What I like about the 17 is that now they're finally moving away from 128 gigabytes, and now they're opting to make 256 gigabytes the base model, which is quite nice. I like that. Because the iPad Mini 6, when I wanted it, I had two choices, 64 gigabytes or 256. There was no 128 gigabyte option. But 256 gigabytes, that certainly has gotten the job done, and I'm very impressed. Although I've run out of storage on it a few times, 256 gigabytes is enough for anything. The 512 gigs would make it $1,000. That is a little too extreme. So I could get the base storage with the financing from Verizon, but we'll see what Verizon has offered up now with the 17 in a little bit as well. But here's some more of this stuff and dimensions of them all, their water resistance, Apple Intelligence, more stuff about the chip. This is just in text without pictures, really. It's just basically the same stuff. And it's SIM card. The 10R has dual SIM. However, now all modern day phones utilize eSIM, electronic SIM cards that are built into the motherboard of the device or somewhere else in the phone. But here's a look at them all. So pretty neat, huh? So that's comparing the iPhone. Now, if we go to Verizon's website, we can see that the iPhone 17 Pro is already being advertised on Verizon's website. You can see it's already being advertised. But you can see it says pre-order begins on September 12th, which is Friday. But we can click learn more, and we can get all this here. So Apple iPhone 17 Pro, All Out Pro, pre-order starts Friday at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 a.m. Central. Check back tomorrow for more product updates. But then, of course, there's some of the stuff that we were looking at earlier on Apple's website. So the 17 Pro and 17 Pro Max are already being advertised. iPhone 16, get it on us. 128 gigabyte only, which is the base model. Looking for something else? Well, we definitely are. Because if we go to specs, if we go to spec products, which is the manufacturer of the case, and I've actually used a lot of their cases. If we go to Apple here, we can already see that they're already beginning to make cases for the iPhone 17. They're already starting to make cases for it. We can go by 13 foot. So this is going to come in this black color. So, yeah, up there, that's the spec logo. But, well, actually, my phone's case is a lot different. Mine is an OtterBox. Okay. So, while my tablet case is in spec, the case that my phone has been is OtterBox. It's been OtterBox for ever. So, but this is only spec. Now let's look at OtterBox's site and let's see if they're already beginning to make cases for the iPhone 17. So we'll go to OtterBox's official website. Okay, go and accept. And we can see, looks like, look at that. They're already beginning to make cases for the iPhone 17. And that's the Soul series. You can see this is for the 17 Pro and Pro Max. Now, let's see. I want to check MagSafe because I want a case that will work with MagSafe. So here is the Commuter series. So here's the Sagebrush. This is Purple Mystery. This is Black. This is in Gray Comfort, and this is Blue Sentiment. So you can see it's blue on the outside, and then it's black on the inside, but of course leaving room for the camera and everything like that. And then here's just the complete design of how it's going to be. You know how the case actually. So it's actually going to be in a multi-layered case, similar to. So it's going to be in a multi-layered case, similar to my iPhone XR, because the OtterBox case that I have on my XR has a very similar configuration to this. It's in multiple layers. So yeah, it's a multi-layered, as I said, it's a multi-layered case. So there's one side that pops out, and there's one side that's rubber, and then one side I believe that's like plastic or something. I think that's like plastic, which I assume is what gives its reliable durability. So I still have time to decide. Do I want an OtterBox? Or do I make my phone spec? I was thinking, you know what? Let's get the OtterBox again. But I'm gonna wait and see. But what I want to do is wait and see when we go to the Verizon store once the iPhone 17 is released, and I will upgrade. So the final plan. And here's what we're currently looking at, is iOS 26 will be out. So that iOS 26 will be out on Monday of next week. And then the 17 will be released at the end of the week. So, I'll wait till the 17 is released, or wait till the following week, or maybe 2 weeks, before I upgrade to iOS 17. Damn it, to iOS 26. I'm mixing up my numbers again. iOS 17 was literally last year's release, or 2 years ago. But whatever. So anyway, yeah. So I'll upgrade my iPad to iOS 26 either a week or 2 after it launches. It's best that I do that because there may be bugs right out of the gate. Just like with Windows 11 24H2, which, as you all know, I've been following up on the incredible plague of problems with that version after it launched and everything. It was just terrible. But then I finally upgraded my HP in December to it, and then my other PC in March, I believe it was March, after Microsoft stopped doing updates for 23H2 on the beta channel. And then, of course, the 2 other Windows PCs that I got already get 24H2 after I upgraded them from Windows 10. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hold off on iOS 26 until I get my new phone, where then from there I can make it all synchronized. So I'm thinking that is the best way to go. So I'll get the iPhone 17, And then once I have that phone in my possession, then I'll upgrade my iPad to iOS 26. Or maybe wait till after they do the last security update for iOS 18 before I make the jump. Making the jump, I think, would be the best thing to do. But not right away. As I said, I'm not going to do it right away. Because like Apple has done in previous years, it's not going to be like mandatory or anything. They're going to make it optional. So you will still get updates for iOS 18, but they'll also offer the option, if your device is compatible, to upgrade to the next version of iOS. Similar to what Microsoft has been doing with Windows 10 and Windows 11. While you're still getting updates from Windows 10, you have, if your device meets the minimum requirements to go to Windows 11, you of course have the option of going to Windows 11. But then eventually, after 21H2 reached out of service, I thought, you know what? If 22H2 is going to be the last version of Windows 10, might as well make the jump. Might as well go to 11 and see what it's all about. And it ran pretty well, actually, and I'm quite impressed. And for this PC, it seems like this installation of 11 is actually lasting much longer than the previous installation did. Because something caused the internet driver to go out and it stopped working altogether. Well, in terms of online connectivity. So then I reinstalled Windows, and that fixed the driver. I used Windows 10 on it for about a week before I got my new system, as many of you all know. Which of course has 11 out of the box. And then I decided to bring my old PC back into secondary revenue service. Now it's on 11, and now it's on the Insider Preview. And I took it into the Insider Preview from Windows 10. And whines and whines and whines. Yeah, I was just continuing the talk that. What's this? VP News. Didn't VP News test? Oh, wait a minute. Did they just bring back the automated test? Because I saw them go at that same time this week. I'll have to check. And I'll do so in a minute. But yeah. So we're gonna get back to our talk. But yeah, we're gonna get back to our talk of the iPhone 17 momentarily. Okay. Now that we're up to date with everything again, back now to our, well, actually, before we get back to our discussion, when I was discussing about Apple's thing involving updates to the iPhone software, I mentioned that Apple had been making the latest version of the software. Dang it, I didn't see the rest of Jeopardy. That's alright. I can watch the highlight of Final Jeopardy and see how it all ended when it goes up later. That's actually what I'll do after we take care of Deal or No Deal, because I know Jeopardy's been very consistent of getting it up at like 10 p.m. Right after it airs in every market of the U.S. But Wheel of Fortune sort of gets ahead of that and uploads it like after it airs in on the East Coast instead of waiting until after it airs in the Pacific time zone. But it's alright. Alright. So while I was muted, my father decided to go rambling about some imaginary phone that he's crazy about. And he said about the K Phone 5 and the J Phone 23 or something like that, and combined it all into KJ Phone 1. He says it runs on analog and and 0G wireless and 0G cellular connectivity. My father is crazy, ladies and gentlemen. He is very crazy with this kind of stuff. Okay. Now, back to, and we were talking about cases too. And of course, we were talking about cases earlier. And that is what my mother prefers. The OtterBox case for the iPhone. So it looks like they're already making iPhone 17 cases, and you could already get the case even before. You could add a screen protector, a charging pad for MagSafe, and a wall charger 30 watts. So that could speed up the charging performance even more. But 40 watts would actually be pretty good. You could get it up to 50% in 20 minutes. But I'm fine with the 20 watts I've got, so. But that's, I just need to watch. That's all I need to do. Just watch the charge, and that's it. And if I don't have it at 100% for too long, then it can get all day battery life out of it. Pretty cool, huh? So I'm excited to see how my new 17 will perform against a variety of tasks that I currently put my 10R through each and every day, such as binge watching YouTube, listening to chiptune music, and in some cases, playing games. Of course, calls, text messages, everything that you usually do on a phone. That's, yeah. And then I told my father, he says the KJ1 phone, he calls it, is going to be really good. And then I said, and then I told him, wait until you see the iPhone 17 in my hand when I get it. It's going to be a magnificent phone, let me tell you. Alright, so, we'll see what we can do next here. We'll probably just look around on Google Maps and then just do a eBay scavenger hunt in a little bit. But let me remind you all one more time, and I'll... Oh my god, the Brewcade. It really filled me up. Oh gosh. Okay. But anyway. Oh my goodness. Alright. So, tomorrow will be our... Tomorrow, of course, I'll get back to taping episodes of my shows. And then of course, later that night, we'll do backyard baseball. And then I was thinking afterward, I would go ahead and do the system update on my Dell XPS, and on my Dell Micro. Do the software update on the Dell Micro. I'll also bring my Optiplex out, but let me see if it's even still connected. Let me see if I can still access its details. Yes, I can. I can still access that. If we go to iPadOS 26, so you can see that. Yeah, this was everything I was talking about earlier, with the multitasking and everything. The phone app comes to iPad. Yeah, I like that. And then, of course, this will work with my iPad, or at least it should. And it will work with the 9th generation ones, which is what my father's school has. Yeah, there were the words that I tried to come up with from today's Name It, Claim It Scrambled Word game earlier at the beginning of the show. So, anyway, that's the plan. Now what's KLT doing? Is that a demo? Okay, back to the plan. So tomorrow I'll get back to the tapings. And of course I'll take care of some more of the college stuff. Friday, then of course we're going to do backyard baseball that night. And then Friday, I'll do more tapings. And that, of course, will be our fun night show. that we, of course, do every Friday night. So we'll do that. But then after that, there will not be another live program on Playfield TV for quite a while. Now, this is because, and I have been talking about it for quite a while, so I want to go ahead and get my micro set up because I'm going to have it handle WPLD while we're gone. So, I'll be having a big birthday lunch, and I'll be going to a mini golf place that I have not been to yet. So, I've talked about the upcoming videos for this weekend. The first, of course, being a remaster of I-290, going east from from Lakewood Road all the way to downtown Chicago at the Buckingham Fountain. A second video is going to be I-294. In fact, a lot of I-294. Starting here at 95th Street, taking the entirety of the Central Tri-State all the way to Willow Road. This is as far, I believe, as we will go, because this is where it will take us to downtown Northbrook. And we'll be having lunch right here at, no, not here, that's the place, the Landmark Inn. And, of course, we are asking for, let's see if we could get a, I think there was a later picture at some point. I can't seem to see it. Oh well. But regardless, we're asking for a outer seat so we can actually at least see the trains go by. And this is the whole reason why we're picking Landmark Inn to begin with. So that's why we're choosing this to begin with. Oh, the Meadow Hill Aquatic Center. What's special about this place? Outdoor swimming pool. Yeah, it's temporarily closed because it's too cold to even do so. But this is pretty interesting. There's the water jets there. Here's the little playground with the, looks almost like the YMCA. I mean, with this. And there's a water bucket there. And that thing, that little thing that tips over. There's a little splash pad area kind of thing. Or is that combined with the playground? Yeah, it looks like this and the playground are all combined together into one. So there's this and that thing, those arches, and of course that playground structure. And we can get a further view of it if we look at it via satellite. Yeah, this is a splash pad. This is the main pool. This is the diving board, and then these are the water slides. So, pretty interesting. So then after that, we are gonna head on over down Milwaukee. To the parking skill golf. Right here. And this is actually quite cool. There's a lot of cool Chicago themes too around here. So I have not been here before, so this is going to be quite an interesting place to see. Here's a little video of some of the holes that we'll encounter along the way. Is this part of the hole, or is this an aquatic feature? Well, there's a few aquatic features too. Yeah, it looks like an aquatic feature, but here's the demonstration of the roller coaster hole. You know, where the ball goes up and then down the roller coaster. Quite cool, actually. So we'll enjoy it here. And then after that, we will head back Then after that, it will be our journey back home. As I mean back home, not really back home, because I plan to do another remake of a real driving video of I-294. I have done 2 installments of it so far. The first was in April of 2022, which is quite old now, and then I did one at the end of 2024, so at the end of last year. It was December 26th when I made that video. Yeah, December 26th. But now, finally in September of 2025, it is going to get another update. So we're going to see the update of the ongoing construction with this part of the Central Tri-State, and we're going to cover a lot more of it than we have covered previously, assuming I can get enough space off my iPad. So we're going to do 294 all the way down here into the Lawn of Oaks. So we'll do northbound from 95th Street to Willow, and then Willow back down to 95th. That is how it's going to go. And I also did get some details about how, well, actually later that night. So, later that night, we're going to have, well, that is going to come into play later. But later that night, we're going to have dinner. As we can see, now Billy Boys has been taken off of Google Maps. It is no longer present here as there's these pop-up boxes, but we can still sort of look inside the restaurant. This is from 2019, by the way. So we can still look inside what it used to look like. I'm gonna miss it. I'm going to miss it like a lot of other Chicagoans, if that's even who they are. But me and my Nana have agreed to do Primos for dinner. Yes, for dinner. They do serve burgers. They do serve fries. They do serve cheese sticks. No way in hell am I going to get them all at once. So I'm probably just going to do the burger and the cheese sticks, and that's probably what I'm going to do. Burger, fries, or burger, cheese sticks. That's it. Because after that, I want to leave enough room for ice cream at the end. So after we have dinner, then we're gonna head back over, and I'll stay in the Lawn of Oaks for the night. But unfortunately, for only a few hours of that night, only for the first part of the night, and before I go to bed, this is who's going to be with me. Yes, this little fellow right here. You may remember I showcased him in November of 2022 when we were at Paul's for Thanksgiving that year, and I showed off this dog. You may remember who this guy is, right? This is Jack. Yes, Jack the German Shepherd. So, yep, he's going to be keeping my company for a few hours that night. He's going to be keeping me company for a few hours that night, because then after their owners drop my parents back off at Nana's house, where they will be staying the night with me, they're going to be taking this fella with them to wherever they're going to stay at. So the current plan is, when the mini golf thing is over, I'm going to put together the Ralph Fanning Northbrook video, but then after I have dinner at the Primos, then I'm going to put together the video of I-294. I'm going to put together all the videos of I-294. The most important thing is that I need to leave enough space on this iPad so I can record all of it. Every single piece of it. Because this thing is already down to 53 gigabytes. And looking at the storage, Photos is taking up a lot of it. iMovie is also taking up a lot of it. Stop motion is also taking up a lot of it. There's a lot of stuff that's taking up space on this device. But of course, the highest one, what is it? Synced media, music. Oh, 1 gigabyte. That's all of the 1 gigabyte. That's all of that's all the chiptune songs that I use. And that's actually all of the chiptune songs that I've used. Speaking of which, I've actually copied over some new ones that I'm going to be using, that I may actually end up using in this weekend's 294 video. This one being one of them. I'll decide which place it'll best go. There's a bunch of other ones that I may end up using as well. Yeah, that aren't actually tied to 294 at all. So at least I have a few possibilities of songs I could use, and I have them all copied over to the iPad alongside the existing ones. So then later that night I will of course put together 294. When that is put together, then I'm gonna add, before I render the episode, we'll do the Way Sorry and Way Sorry Strategy live stream. After that, then I will put together, then I'll get the 294 episode finished, complete rendering of that, and then put it out for you all to enjoy. And then after that, I will probably tuck it in for the night. Because then we're going to have breakfast in the morning the next day. We're going to stay so my father can watch the Bears game. We don't know where we're going to watch it though. And then we're probably going to be taking pizza home and everything. So, here is where the current plan is in terms of, putting new EAS compilations together and whatnot. Now, remember how we took a brief hiatus? From, doing sort of regular EAS content for like a week? We're going to kind of do it in the same manner, except this is going to be a little different. Since there's not going to be too much, or at least I hope there won't be too much, I'm going to let my Dell Optiplex Micro, being the mighty little powerhouse that it is, handle monitoring everything from WPLD, monitoring everything from the Sunday automated test documentation, and I'll let it handle everything while we're away. So I will let it handle everything while we're gone. So we need the second half of the Saturday document, the second half of Saturday, or maybe not. Well, actually the plan is to get the Saturday stuff as usual, but then later on, after I get back from the Lawn of Oaks, from 2 days worth of the Lawn of Oaks, I will go through everything individually and piece the rest of the compilation together. If that continues into 9 o'clock, we will stop that catch-up process, and then we will do this week's Ticket to Ride show. But depending on what other factors are. So here's the plan currently. Friday, right after we go off the air, I'm going to go straight to bed. because we gotta be, as I was told, we gotta be out the door by like 8:30 in the morning or something, because it's gonna take a while for us to get to where we want to get to, which I guess is fine. So at least that's good. So moving on, then the plan is get the Saturday stuff as usual, play catch up, then go do the thing. But I'm not going to record any of the Sunday stuff. I'm going to let my logger handle all of it while we're gone. When I get back from the Lawn of Oaks Sunday night after we have dinner, that is when I will play catch up and get the rest of it. I mean, all the Comcast tests, sort of similar to how Sunday is done. Which is why I want to take this opportunity now and get this document ready to go for when the time comes. So, all this stuff that I had in here, all that is gone. This should be the updated default config, but it won't matter. It won't matter how this config file is set up. So we just need WPSU, we don't need KFAV, we don't need VCY, we don't need HPR, we just need that. YTT, we do not need these two. QBE, IVY, we don't need, frick, there we go. We don't need QBE, we don't need IVY, we do need those, we do need that, we don't need these two, and we do not need anything else except for KNX, we don't need ALK, we do need PCV, and we do not need these. Wait, that's Notepad settings. What am I doing? And then the Sunday auto test document. We're going to copy everything. And I know there's another piece to the Saturday test, but I'm going to, as I said, I'm going to let the other loggers handle everything from there. Alright, so then before we leave, I'm going to leave these two running. I don't know how good that's going to be, but we'll try it. Oh yeah, and I just realized VMware closed after I reset the system. I'll go ahead and close it. So yeah, that is the current plan as of this moment. So as of this moment, that is the plan. Get the Saturday stuff in the morning as usual. Then, okay, so yeah, get the Saturday stuff as usual in the morning. And then go up to where we're currently at, switch the WPOD operations over to the micro, it will handle everything from there, and then it will handle everything until I get back home Sunday night. So yeah, Sunday night, that's when I should end up back home. And then from there I'll play catch up with everything from while I was away. And then we'll do Ticket to Ride at 9, and then we'll do Roblox later in that afternoon. But now, finally, Brandon is with us. So I will continue.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Yeah, that's kind of out there. There we go. Yep, let's get the Deal or No Deal game loaded up here. I was just talking about this weekend's plans with the upcoming remaster of I-290, another remake of I-294, and the upcoming Rofane compilation out of Northbrook. I've been talking about all that. And of course, this is going to be hopefully a special Deal or No Deal episode because, as I've explained and as I've talked about all day today, this is my 21st birthday bash special edition show this week, as I turn 21 tomorrow.
That's right.
So yeah, 21 years. It's
crazy.
It's unbelievable how far I've come. But
That's
anyway,
right. So
but anyway, let's
celebrate.
Yeah, let's see if we can celebrate with $1 million. So, thank you, Una, I hope you enjoyed the rambling about my new phone, the Northbrook compilation, how warm it's going to be out there, and I hope you're ready in the Pankers box, sorry. And I know Nani's all set in the audience, so let's play Deal or No Deal.
Hello and welcome to Deal or No Deal. I'm Howie Mandel, and this evening you could walk away with a huge cash prize. In order to do that, you're going to have to be lucky, gutsy, and have a great sense of timing. Now I think it's time I introduce you to my better half. Actually, 26 of my better halves.
Ladies, please.
Bring them out.
Oh, those dresses look like
We don't
the
know what is in
ultramarine
each
color
of
on the
these
iPhone
26
16.
cases. We do know that the
But
biggest
I
prize
originally
amount
wanted
in one of these cases is $1 million.
But that's a bit off topic here.
$1
$1
million
million
all the way down
to that
to 1
pesky
penny.
penny.
Different amounts. In each case,
I don't
holds
wanna
one
win
of
that
those
tonight.
amounts.
Yes, we don't want to see win a pesky penny.
All right. Well, this week's winning driver was actually your favorite.
Ah, look at that. How fitting.
Okay,
Number
very well.
11.
Now this is your case
This
to
is
keep, unless you should
perfect.
decide to
Yep.
sell it.
Perfect.
Talk about that later.
Because I
Wanna
turned
find out what's in
21
your
on the
case?
11th, which
Of course,
is
so
tomorrow.
does everyone here.
And 11
We
seems
start
to
by
be a lucky
opening those
number
cases.
in my
Whatever we
in
find
my-
in those
in my
cases is
culture.
obviously not in your case.
Or in my
Let's
All right, let's get into it.
Yep, we start with 6 cases in round 1, as always.
As always, we start with those, and we're going to start with the other lucky one, 13.
Okay.
Number 13,
The
that's
very
Ashley.
common lucky number. And it's very lucky tonight.
$25.
$25.
Not
Nice
in your
start.
case.
Double bump
Five
your way
more
up
cases
front
before
and
the next
show 'em who runs the show.
Alright. Where are we going to
All right,
next?
let's do 20 now.
Number 20.
Number 20.
There we go again.
$5,000 off the board.
$5,000.
$5,000, not in your case. 4 more cases to go.
Next, let's do 4.
Number 4.
4. $75.
$75.
Ooh.
Pretty good. Pretty good first round going so far.
You have 3 more cases to open. Pick a case.
Don't jinx it now. Let's do 18.
Well,
Number 18. That's
it's
Cassidy.
been a good round so far, but let's see if we can keep this momentum going.
$50.
$50.
Off the board. $50.
Actually, we did.
2 more cases to go.
All right. Let's do
There are still 7 huge
25.
25.
Number 25. That's
The
Madison.
year I turned 21. 2025. $5.
3 small amounts in a row. That's very good.
That's a subway
All right.
foot long right there.
1 more to open. Pick a number.
All right. Now let's finish this round in style with number 10.
Hopefully
1.
in style.
Number 10.
This has been a great first round so far. Ooh, $750,000.
That is not good. $750,000.
That's a technical
is
knockout.
off the board.
Sorry.
It's gone.
It's gone.
It's
It's
not
not,
in
in
your
your case.
Man, I was so ready to
Okay,
say
the first round is over.
the line where he
6
says,
cases, and now it's time for the
I've been
bank.
smiled upon by the great
It's
sorrow,
time to
but
Yeah.
that
He is
last
reading
case
your every
changed
move.
it.
He wants you out of here as
Yeah.
soon as possible. With his little money
But
in his
Banker Uno, I know
There he is
you
now.
and your brother are excited
Hello, Mr.
about
Banker.
how it's starting to feel like summer again.
Okay.
But
I'll
it
let them
won't
know.
be that way for long.
This is a very fair offer, but it is very
But
early.
anyway,
The offer is
Banker Uno, your first offer,
$16,000.
$16,000.
No deal.
Absolutely
wow.
not.
No deal.
And we're going to do my least favorite driver now.
Number 5.
You need to open number
Yep.
5. That's not it.
$10,000.
$10,000. Off the board, not in the case.
All right. And then
You
we're
still
going to
have
go
4
over
more
to
cases to open before the
16.
next offer.
Alright, 16.
Number 16.
Let's see, sweet 16. $1,000.
$1,000 off the board, not in your case.
All right.
You still have
And
3
then,
more
we're
cases to
gonna-
open before the next offer.
Slide on down to 12.
Number 12.
Number 12.
What have we got? $100,000.
$100,000 off the board. You don't have $100,000.
None of those. Next player.
You still have 2 more cases
All right,
to
let's
open
do
before the next offer.
way to double up. There's two.
Number 2.
There's 2.
That's Sean.
Let's see what we got. And it's the $1 million case.
No.
Loser!
I'm sorry. $1 million, our top amount, no longer in play. Not in your case.
That is unfortunate.
Just 1 more case to
Oh
go.
man.
I
All right,
have a
let's
feeling
do
what's
6. Let's do
Yep.
6 since we know the million's not
Yeah,
there.
that's what I
Number
thought.
6,
He was
that's
that's
Bridget.
what I was thinking.
Let's
he
see
was
a
gonna choose
penny.
next. Let's see if it's the penny. Nope, $300.
Good play. $300 off the board. $300
Okay.
not in your case.
So
All right, that was not very
yeah.
good. We know the offer's going
the
to go
second
down.
round
Let's
took
see
a
how far.
pretty dark turn, very quickly.
Yeah, that was not
Hello,
good.
Mr. Banker.
Yeah, so already
Right.
after the first 2 rounds, the top 2 amounts are off the
I'll let
board.
them know.
$750,000
This,
going
I
off
think, is a
after the
decent
first
amount of money.
round,
The banker
which
wants
turned
to
out
know
pretty good,
if you
too,
leave now
for
for
Now,
$46,000.
$46,000 is
So let me-
the offer.
It still went up, but no, I'm not taking that.
Absolutely
No
not.
deal, Baker.
Okay, no deal.
And let's do number 8.
Okay.
Now, number 8.
Let's
That's
see
genius.
number 8. The dollar.
Excellent. $1 is off the board. 3 more cases to go.
Good things come in small packages.
4 huge amounts are still
All right,
available.
now let's do my favorite.
Number 9.
Number
Okay.
9. That's Maria.
Let's see. We got $75,000.
$75,000. Whoa.
Oh, held back by the
Hopefully that won't hurt you
defense.
too much.
But we still got
You have 2 more
still
cases
got
to open.
4
Pick a case.
6-figure amounts on the board. And that's going to be the only
All
way
right.
the offers continue increasing from this point.
That's a very good point. We got to keep it that way. I think we need to try number 14.
Number 14.
Number 14.
Let's see. The pesky penny.
Exactly what you want to do. Get that penny
Hey,
off
now
the
we don't
board.
have to show the entire world.
Yes.
Whatever.
That's
All right.
even better.
1 more to open. Pick a number. Four huge amounts are still available.
All right, let's do. There is Uno.
That's
one in
One.
Spanish.
That's Elizabeth.
And that one has $400.
$400 off the board.
Okay, that's actually a good round.
I think you're
Yes,
making
it
the
was a
banker
pretty good
nervous.
round.
That was a great round. Let's see what he's got to say.
So let's see what Banker Una thinks about that. See what Banker Una thinks about that with her
Hello?
next offer.
Hmm.
So as long as those 6-figure amounts
Okay.
stay on the board, as I said,
The
it's gonna
offer
keep
went up,
increasing.
and this is a very nice amount of money.
Let's see what Banker Una
And the
raised
offer
it to
is
this time.
$75,000.
75 grand.
Nope, no deal.
Wow.
Yes, me, no deal.
No deal.
And we're gonna do 23.
23.
Number 23. That's
Alright, what do
Stephanie.
we have
Okay,
in 23?
let's see that $10.
Let's see if it's there.
$200,000
$200,000.
gone. That'll hurt.
Yeah, it will.
That's what I call the shellfish shuffle.
Pick a number.
Hopefully not too much though.
All right, that's not gonna help the offer. Let's do 3 now.
Number
It will
3.
help the offer go up this quickly. Ooh,
There goes
$400,000.
$400,000.
Oh wow.
I'm just surprised with some good juju,
One
dude.
more
Wow,
case to
now
go.
it's really taking a dark turn.
Yeah, this is getting ugly fast. Okay, 26.
Come on, 26.
Number 26.
Please
That's
turn
Carissa.
this
Let
around.
it be a small amount.
Please turn this around. Okay, $750.
$750 off the board. $750 not your case. That was okay. It wasn't great. Not horrible. Let's see what the banker thinks.
Well, we'll see what Banker Una thinks about that.
Hello, banker.
And of course,
Okay,
it still won't be
I'll
enough
tell
to
him.
go into. Or will be enough.
This is a very nice offer.
Well, let's see.
The
Nice
offer
offer.
is $75,000.
That's the same offer
No.
from the last round.
No deal,
That
banker.
was the same offer from the last round.
No.
Baker Una, did
All
you
right,
copy
let's-
and paste
You need
the
to pick
offer? Did you copy and paste?
22.
But okay.
Oh, you know what she did? She put it into the virtual machine when it was set to Windows Vista.
Oh gosh. Anyway, there's $100.
one
there.
more
This
case
is the last
before the
case of
next
the round.
You see what I did there? Anyway,
Two huge
let's
amounts
go with
are on the board.
17.
Copy and pasted into the virtual machine while we were doing into the other one when we were doing Monopoly.
Number
earlier.
17.
But that $50,000 gone and off the board. So still got two big amounts left.
Great round. That was a great round.
You'll be hearing from my lawyer.
Where you want
Yeah,
it.
300 grand and $500,000 are still on the board,
Hello?
and we want them to stay on the board.
Okay.
That's our big goal here.
I'll tell him that.
Of course it is.
This is a very nice
Not,
offer.
not in six
The
figures
offer
yet.
is
And now the offer. Oh, we are in six figures.
$100,000.
100,000 exactly.
No.
I assumed from the voice clip that we weren't in six figures yet. But anyway.
And we are.
Only 6 cases left in play. At this
Ooh, we have a
Yep,
critical
they
stage
are
of the game.
7, 15, 19, 21, 24. That's what I was about to say. That we are
24.
close to the critical stage of this game.
Number 24,
So
that's
24.
Janine.
Let's see
Yep.
what we got. $200.
$200 is off the board. $200 not in your case.
So that will
I think the banker's getting a
So,
little woozy.
just
This
keeping
board
those two
is your board.
6-figure amounts. Dang it, I'm thinking of Big John deal
Hello?
when we play for the biggest bucks we could.
Okay.
But anyway,
Okay. We're into the 6 figures
six
now.
figures.
You
We're
need
well
to
into
think
six
this
figures
through.
now.
The offer
Let's see
is
what it is.
$125,000. I'm going to ask
No
you.
deal.
Absolutely not.
Wow, you have guts. No deal.
All right, then we'll do 15.
Okay, moving
Okay,
on. Number
15.
15.
We have $25,000.
$25,000 off.
I call that match game money. Because that's the top price you can win on match game.
I think
Like
you're
one
making
player
the
did
banker
tonight.
nervous. That was a great round. Let's see what he's got to say.
Hopefully Banker Una has something good
Hello?
about it.
Okay. Okay. I'll tell him that. This is a great offer. Maybe it's enough for you to walk away.
Anyway,
The offer is
$170,000.
$170,000. I'm going to ask you.
No deal.
Absolutely not.
No deal.
Alright.
And let's do 7.
Okay. Hopefully 7 will be
You
a
chose
lucky
number
number
7.
and take $10 off. No, but it will take $500
Small amounts
off
in
the
a row.
board.
That's very good. I think the banker's getting a little woozy.
So at this
This
point,
board is your
I
board.
think he's pretty much guaranteed a chance to win. At least
Hello,
a
Mr.
chance
Banker.
to win
Right.
a huge amount
Okay.
of money.
I'll
but
let them know.
Not guaranteed yet.
Wow. The offer went
Will
up.
be
This is a
guaranteed
lot
once $10
of money.
goes off the board.
The offer is
Next offer,
$240,000. So let me
No
ask-
deal.
absolutely
No
not.
deal, banker.
All right,
And 19.
last case of the game.
Number 19. That's
Let's open
Jade.
it. There it is,
Four
$10.
small amounts in a row.
There we go.
So he's pretty
I mean, a
much
big amount of money.
guaranteed
Excellent.
to
Excellent.
win
That was
an
an
incredible
incredible
amount
round,
of
and there's
money.
a lot of money up there. Let's
There
see what he's
is.
got to
He's
say.
pretty much guaranteed to win a lot of money, no matter what.
Hello?
But before we see what's in his case,
Okay.
let's see what the final offer
This is a fantastic offer. You need to weigh your options. And
Well,
the offer
he's
is
the gutsy man he is.
$370,000
$370,000 is the final offer.
No deal, of course.
No
Wow,
deal.
you have guts.
All
No
right,
deal.
we're down to my number 11 and 21. Well, hey,
Absolutely incredible. You have a 50-50 shot at walking away with a very nice sum of money. Before we open your case, I'm going to give you...
well, how fitting.
I think we're
huh?
going to switch it with your really lucky number for tomorrow.
That's right, because as I just said, I'm going to be turning 21. Does 21
Let's
have
do it.
500K?
Open your case and let's see how you did. Not a bad deal.
I
Not the
gave
best.
up another
but you could have done much worse.
200,000.
I almost.
My lucky number had the 500K, not the 21. But hey, regardless of that, that is still a very nice sum of money just for that one game. Very impressive.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, I guess we'll see how I get to spend my 21st birthday tomorrow. Although the night part of that is going to be spent in class, in my evening class, unfortunately. But that's how my life is with college now and everything. Alrighty. So, yep, there we go. Because we at least got our game in, which is good. I see another Florida test has actually just occurred. I'm going to go back on that. Oh, KPCC tested too. Cool. Alright, I'll take that out. I'm going to go back on all of that in a little bit here. But I never finished my discussion about the Sunday plan, so let's do that for a bit before we get started with before we begin with Yahtzee. So let's briefly talk about that before we start that game. But before we do that, let me resync this. Okay. All right. So let me re-explain the weekend plans in brief context one more time for all of you. So of course tomorrow I'll continue with the tapings, and then at my evening class that night I'll take care of the final pieces for the first of my 2 evening classes in the morning. In addition to that, I'll also begin the software update on 2 of my Dell Optiplex desktop PCs. I'll get the software update, and then for the micro, once the software update is prepared, I will apply the software update before we transition to the information center. When we transition to the info center, that's when, right after the backyard baseball game, I'll just end the stream and then apply the software update and then start the info center. So it'll go out for about 5 minutes, if not less, because security updates don't usually take that long to install. It's usually a few minutes, and then after that, back up and running. Just like so. How nice. But yeah. Thursday, tomorrow, I'll be taping episodes of shows, evening class, then come back and do backyard baseball. Friday then will be our fun night show. I'll do more tapings during the day. And then, however, after our Friday show, it's going to be go off the air and go right to bed. Because we'll remain on the air while I render the compilation. But if anything else happens past midnight, that's it. I'm not accepting it past that point because I have a big day ahead of me that day and that weekend especially. Because Saturday and Sunday, we're not going to have any show. Well, I would say any shows. But Saturday, we won't have any show at all. Any live show. For a good reason. And this is what I discussed earlier. We will not have any live shows on Saturday of this week because I'll be, having my main birthday bash, like I've said. I've been told that we'll be heading out the door at like 8 in the morning, so it's going to be quite early. And then I'm going to get settled in with Lawn of Oaks, and then head up north to the Landmark Inn in Northbrook for the Real Fanning video and lunch with my cousins, of course. So yeah, just to warn you, you may hear some of my cousins in the final product, but otherwise I'll try to silence them as much as I can. Or if I can't, try to mute the audio completely, then I will just overlap the audio entirely with a bunch of music. Which I know I don't like. I don't want to do that because I'd like to hear the natural sound of the trains, as they go by. I want to hear the natural sound, like with Downers Grove. That's what I want. more than anything. Yeah. So then we'll have lunch there, and then we'll head up to the parking after that, and then just play a round of miniature golf, and then head back to the Lawn of Oaks, and not on the way back because I'll be taping the next round of 294, and then when I get to where I'll be staying for the night, we'll have dinner. We'll actually put together the Real Fame video and partially start 294. And then I'll decide when we're going to go have dinner. And then when we do have dinner, and then after we have dinner, then I'm going to put together the rest of 294. When that's done, we'll start our Way Sorry and Way Sorry Strategy live stream. We'll do those live. And that will be the last thing we do that night. Then I'll render the weekend video, and then I'll render the 294 video, and then that's it. And that's all I'm going to do. Then, on Sunday, we're going to be up early in the morning as well, having breakfast. Then, I don't know where my father's mother would be going, but I know my father wants to watch the Bears game that day. So we'll watch the Bears game, then we'll head home, we'll get Phil's, and on the way, oh God, I get to see the experience of taking Phil's Pizza 45 minutes home, natively right, fresh from the restaurant, all the way back home. So we'll have that for dinner that night, and then I'll come back and then I'll play catch up with everything, and then when that's complete, that should be complete before 9, where then we'll do our Ticket to Ride stream. But we'll try to do our Roblox. We'll try to do a shortened version of our Roblox show during the Bears game. But yeah, and one more thing I forgot to mention. The stuff about putting together Northbrook, 294, and Way Sorry. As I was explaining earlier, this dog right here is gonna be keeping me company. Well, just for the night before I go to bed, because when my parents eventually get back, and then by the time I wake up in the morning, that dog is gonna be gone. That dog is gonna be gone, nowhere to be seen. Well, they're actually gonna be moving him back to the other house. So that's where they're going to store him for quite some time. But I know my Nana is going to take really good care of that dog. She's going to take really good care of him. I just know it. But the only thing I hope is that he doesn't go. I just hope he doesn't go too crazy inside the house. Especially when I'm going to have like a weather radio or stuff. I don't know if I'm going to take any of them because we're just going to stay the night. Does it really look like it matters? No. Am I going to stay up till 2:30 on a Sunday with nothing but my laptop or something like that? Heck no. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. But yeah. And that's Saturday. And then Sunday, we'll try to do a short Roblox show. We'll do a short Roblox show. We'll still do our arcade games that we normally do, and then we'll, just see what other kind of games we can play until the Bears game concludes. After that, we'll conclude the live stream, and then, we'll get ready to head home, and then I'll play catch up, and then at 9 p.m. that night, we'll do our Ticket to Ride show, and that will be everything that night. And then I'll render both the Saturday and Sunday stuff together as one video. And then after that, that's it. That's the end of the story. Then everything continues as normal. So, that is what the weekend has in store. Now, we are going to begin Yahtzee. But there are a couple of tests that I'd like to get taken care of before we begin. The first being KPCC. And WUFT. Okay. So, now that that's been taken care of, we are ready to begin Yahtzee. But first, let me switch this with the Sorry disc when we play regular Sorry and Sorry Strategy on Friday. So, let's go ahead and launch the Yahtzee game. I'll go ahead and minimize Discord because we will not need it. Now, let me check and see how those two clips turned out. Versus the computer with 3 players. Here we go. Turned out pretty good. Ooh, 3 of a kind right out of the gate. And full house. Oh my goodness, did I get the small or large straight right out of the gate? Wow, I'll take the large straight. I see I have a feeling there's going to be a slight tomorrow, considering how big that marginal is. But we're going to deal with it. At a later time. Alright, let's try for Yahtzee here. Nice. Mark it down.
So here's
DI, a body rig. How?
male body rig that's going to be coming up in about more than 10 weeks, because this takes a lot of time and you know all that crap and modeling and schematics. Because I'm sick and tired of not being
I'll take the small straight. And he's showing off the body rig that he's going to be unveiling.
A long time.
Interesting, huh? A new Windows 11 Canary channel build. A surprise Monday build for the Canary channel. Alright, let's try for 3 of a kind now. I'll do the force. And there's the 3 of a kind. And then there's the final Jeopardy stuff that I missed. Oh, I didn't realize the mic was muted, but thankfully I think the I didn't see that beforehand, but oh well. Well, let's continue with the game anyway. Yeah, so I went ahead and took care of the stuff from Jeopardy that I missed. I think I missed the rest of the Jeopardy round and all of Double and Final Jeopardy because of that special report because of what happened in the news today, which I will not go into detail, but it was so significant that ABC needed to stop Jeopardy so they could bring the story to everyone. But at least I got an understanding as to what's making today a big day. Well, oh great, from the dungeon, and we jump. But I think the desktop audio with the Yahtzee music, I think might have done good in stopping the, and I think the noise cancellation might have helped too. But if it didn't do any good, then I'll just mute the segment in the final. Then I'll just mute that segment when it's fully processed. So. And I'll just tell it to mute the segment completely, or just overlap it with some other music or something. I don't know. You have achieved a high score. Indeed, I have 344. Alright, one more time with the computer, shall we? Go. See if we can roll better. Oh, okay, 3 of a kind. Almost had the Yahtzee. gonna go for Yahtzee now. And we didn't get it. Yep, it was a Darwin candidate too. And ran across the tracks and hit the train blow its horn. Alright. I still want a chance at Yahtzee, so let's cross the ones off. And we cross off Yahtzee. Sorry, Monkey won this game. Yeah. Alright, well, that was good. Windows 10. So I tried putting Windows 10 on it. It actually ran quite well. Alright, so that's it for Yahtzee, but I did see one final, oh, actually a few more tests come up. On here, WDRV. This one's next in line. Then we're gonna, in the next here, we're gonna get tomorrow's marginal risk set up. And then we will conclude our show tonight. Wait, let me mute the desktop audio if I haven't already. Okay, I did. Okay, good. Alright, this one. Alright, good, it worked. And then we'll head over to my locker for WDRV. Actually, I think it's better if we just show the station what it is. But then do we want to put WTMX on too? Okay. Alright, we'll go ahead and shut down Windows 7 because we have done everything that we needed to do with that virtual machine today. And then I'll just put it onto the sorry card for sorry machine for tomorrow. Here was the next attempt at recording this. Okay. All right. I can't remember if I turned off the noise thing because it certainly didn't look like it. Okay, it says it did. Okay, but I just couldn't tell by the fan. So yeah. Well, like I said, if it flags the video down from me forgetting to unmute microphone, that's fine. I will fix it immediately. I will fix it immediately after it is processed. Then I will fix it immediately. Alright, so we have a few more pieces of business we need to do before we end this tonight. I want to take a look at the next week's stuff. So next week, it's on the Windows PowerShell. So it's on the Windows PowerShell. And let me actually tell you something, because I didn't get time earlier in the show to tell you this. During last night's class, well, mainly I stayed just, for the labs, because I actually did the lab during the lecture, and the student sitting right next to me did the entire assignment on the host OS. On the host OS. Yes. On the host copy of Windows 11 Pro 24H2 instead of the 23H2 virtual machine that he was supposed to use. Somebody didn't read the directions. I mean, it looked like he did follow all the directions, but mainly got to when he launched, the command prompt, PowerShell, ask for admin. When you're on a local account and you're trying to gain access as administrator, you have to provide the admin password and then click yes before the program can execute as an admin. But of course, that is the case when you're installing new programs or other things like that. Because that same guy called the instructor for help, let's see, I think like 3 or 4 times. And then the last time I said, "You're not using the virtual machine." That's what I was thinking. I was thinking about saying the same thing. Because I make sure to do all the work in the correct environment. In the virtual machine. Like I'm supposed to do. See, I didn't need any assistance at all. I was able to go through all the directions and everything like I should. Isn't that quite nice? Okay, so since VHO4 was the only Verizon that went last night, here again are some of the letters. We'll probably play around a little bit more of those before we end the show here this evening. Now, let's go ahead and get, let's see, tonight is 8, because I'm still waiting for them to retry. So 8, 11, and 9 will be our Verizon. So 8 and 11 I'll set on this side, 9 and 1 I'll put over here. Now, if all of these go tonight, I will do the software update. You know what? Regardless. You know what? I'm going to end up doing the software update regardless. But I'll actually run the software update following the backyard baseball game on this device. On this computer. And for the networking assignment, this is going to be pretty similar. I want to see what's tomorrow. So this is on DHCP and other stuff. So I just wanted to see what tomorrow night's networking stuff is going to look like. But anyway, I'll go ahead and take WDRV out since they tested. The others will stay, because they have not done theirs yet, but that is what we're waiting for. Okay, so now that we did that preview, we're going to put together and actually we should do it now, is put together the Deal or No Deal episode that we recorded earlier, that we did earlier tonight. This is so we can rerun it on Plainfield TV. So we're just going to wait, why do I have 2 copies? Huh, that's odd. I have 2 copies of the same video. I don't know why I do. But yes, go ahead and remove that one. Oh, this one was the double feature. This one was the edited version. So then we go to videos. Here's the file. What was this one? Why is this one still here? Oh, I think this was a leftover from last night. When I was editing the song, I forgot to delete that. Wow, this thing's lagging for some reason. Let's see here. Give it a second. 202.16. Okay, I'll give that a second to process. While we wait for that, let's go ahead and start. Actually, I can wait. It's not going to take that long. Alright, so put down today's date, September 10th, 2025. That is today's date. We will give it a second to process the video, and then we can export it. And then I will share it over to the other system to go into the new program showcase folder. And I'll also take this opportunity to get the new program showcase set up for next week as well. I know we're kind of a bit early in doing it, but I won't have enough time, later on in the week to actually do so. So I'll give it a second to process. There we go. Alright, now we can make the trims. So here's where it began. Alright, and we'll just zoom this in like so. And then we scroll to the end. And we will just make sure that there's no trace of an ending screen at the end. Beautiful. Fix the gap and render the video. Okay, and now we'll just leave it alone. Alright, now that that is going, let's go ahead now and take a look and see who got their weekly last night. Let's take a look. Or today, I should say. Let's take a look. So GRPW got a black and silver WR100 from a thrift store. Wow. And then Storm Wyatt got the St. Louis Weekly on his WR100 version 2 with the statement light. And as the Texas Gulf Coast got the Fort Worth morning test on KC55. We also got Houston's test on, once again, the very familiar combinations. KHB40 Galveston, WWG40, and KWWJ. And he also got the, I think this was the second, that was the evening test he got. The same stations I did earlier. There's Valhalla. And then the New York City Weekly. And I can indeed confirm that Albany did test, except Middleville never picked it up. So that leaves us with those 4. We'll see if they end up making it up. Or they may have tested, but I'm going to check each and every one of them just to see what may have ended up happening. I'll check the other 4. I see Hillsborough County WX got a 12093. Imperial County got the, of course, as I said, we got the Hanford and San Francisco monthlies. And this, I believe, was KCZ 76 for Scene. Yep, he got the same. He got the Milwaukee Weekly. Interesting. And then, of course, here was Northern Indiana's test on South Bend and LaPorte. And Southern PA WX was originally going to do the weekly outside, but due to it was raining, so he decided to move it into his room. Yep, rearranging his room after the, so on his portables this week. Interesting. And then, of course, he did a live stream of rearranging everything. So Lightning Bolt, Quintuple Nines, Recom 1650 failed to activate. Need more manpower in break airs, but there was another comment that mentioned about the nationwide problem. An F3, F5 Tornado Gray. Oh my god. VHO 11, I didn't even finish my speech. What the hell? D11. Yep, I was too late. But I can rewind Or at least I should be able to rewind. Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll see if I can rewind further. Oh good, I can get the whole thing. Alright, perfect. So, now it's just a matter of waiting for VHO 8 to do their complete test. So now it's just a matter of waiting for VHO 8 to completely do their weekly, because earlier in the week they didn't do it correctly. They didn't do all of Delaware, they didn't do all of New Jersey, they didn't do all that. So they gotta try again. But I am pretty sure they're going to do it tonight. But we'll see what happens. So, I guess with that, I guess we could say that every Verizon has tested this week. Isn't that nice? Okay. Back to the main story.
This is Tampa's no weather day.
Shortly in the sea of the Gulf of America, tropical Atlantic showers and thunderstorms associated with the tropical reflux.
Ongoing problem. So it looks like F5 Tornado Gray, along with everyone else, is actually well aware of this ongoing problem. So so F5 Tornado Gray's radios, one of them took the test as a radiological hazard warning, apparently. So yeah, that is a big problem going on with NWR as of right now. That is a huge problem. That is a big problem that is going on with NWR. So I am just hoping that at some point they can hopefully get this fixed. Get this fixed sooner rather than later. Because my logger has not been taking Plano. It has not been taking Kankakee. It actually took just 24 seconds of Lockport. That's it. 24 seconds of Lockport. That's all it took today. As I have confirmed from my logger. Only 24 seconds of the Lockport test. And I will go and play that back and show you. So here it is. 24 seconds. Actually, I think it was actually something to do with the stream. It actually glitched out. So it wasn't actually, it was actually the stream that ended up glitching out like that. I don't know what happened, but something did. But then in a moment we're going to check all of these other stations and we're going to see if they ended up testing or they succumbed to the skipping glitch as well. Yeah, I'm seeing it now in Chicago. So Indianapolis, that test happened just fine. So Chevy AS got its usual test. Alright, so I can confirm that Boston tested today. So that means we're down to just DC, Cleveland, and Wichita from confirmation. I want my room to be like this, no. Heck no. Awesome catch. Let's hope they don't test again tomorrow. Yeah, just like last week. Now, if you all may remember,
you all may remember from last week, you may recall that NWS Wilmington, for whatever reason, even though they actually tested on Wednesday like they should, they decided it'd be a great idea to test again on a Thursday. I don't know why or how, but that's what they did. I don't know why. I don't know why they came up with that choice. And I see CXP got a new radio today to his collection. It's the Radio Shack 12247. So that's interesting. There's a part 2 stream that we'll be wrapping up soon. And Tetris Fan got the Mount Holly test on KHB 38 Atlantic City and WXL 94 in Lewis, Delaware. And here's a Federal Signal siren test from today. And I forgot Imperial County has the severe thunderstorm warning from SBC Amtrak. He got the alert, but he missed it. He could have went back on Comcast, but oh well. Cleveland, Grand Rapids, and Northern Indiana. So, yep, Cleveland did test. It's just that my logger failed to take it. But when did it go? That's the question. 11:10. There was just so much. Oh, 11:02. Wow, 11:02 a.m. That was pretty quick. It's just that my station had succumbed to the glitch. So I'll probably have to switch some stations out for next week. So I'll probably have to change some stations out. Let's see, for Chicago, let's see, Tampa. I did try Sumterville and it did the same thing. So for Cleveland next week, if I remember to, I'll switch it out with Mansfield. We'll see if we'll try it with Mansfield. You know what? Yeah, let's try it with Mansfield next week and we'll see if it gives a different result. And here's another confirmation. This is WWG 56 Youngstown. Oh my god. Holy hell. This is not the kind of room I'd want. That is an unbelievable fire hazard. That's a lot of power strips. That is a lot of power strips he has powering all that crap. Holy heck. And SBC Carolina got Newport and Raleigh's test. KC 84 and went right on time. And here's the Raleigh Weekly that happened not too long after. Here's another angle of the Raleigh test. There's Wilmington. I see Youngstown WX was live from the room. Looks like it wasn't live long though. And then I see this guy also finally got caught back up with some stuff from March and April. I see he finally got caught up with that. Okay, so now we confirm. We can confirm that. So now we know that Cleveland, Albany, and Boston ended up testing. Now, what about DC? What was the forecast today? And did they do it? There was obviously no confirmation of it at all, but I'm going to assume that they did.
So there pretty much was no severe weather in DC. Alright, so I'm going to assume then that everybody got their weekly in. Very large hail on September 3rd. August climate summary. Let's look at Wichita's weather story. See what they had to say. And looking at this page, there was of course no confirmation about anything like that. So, alright then. So, now that I did my advanced research and further confirmation, I know that everybody ended up testing today. So that is great news. Everyone ended up getting their weekly in despite some road bumps we had along the way. So that's awesome. Everybody's weeklies are done and now we don't have to worry about them. Isn't that nice? Yeah, that's very, very nice. Now, let's check on the status of the episode, and it looks like it's done. Alright, let's see if I can share the file over to the micro PC. Travel micro, here we go. I'll go ahead and close Clipchamp, and then I gotta watch on this side. And I gotta watch on the other system for the file, or for the file requests to come up, and then I'll let it show up from there. Those dots I'm seeing, that's still Windows 10. There are still a lot of elements in Windows 11 that don't even match. And it timed out. And it timed out. Alright, let's try once more. Do I have the system sound? I had the system sounds on. Alright. Let's try again. And let's see if it shows up. If not, I got a flash drive ready. Still waiting. This thing is probably so busy with like 50 million other things that it probably can't even access anything. That's a shame. Oh well. Alright, that's why we have a flash drive, so we'll copy it there. I'll give it a second to process. I think we can go back on it on the oh, never mind. It doesn't even work. Alright. So let's try and copy it. And we're going to go back on this in the meantime.
I love that one. All right. And one more thing, because I actually want to transfer this over as well. All of the talking news stuff from today. And actually last week, too, because all that's missing. So. Alright, we had it for like a split second. Okay, there we go. We got the charging sound, but no other sounds out of the machine. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I had it down. Alright, so now we can go to photos and we can grab the stuff off of it. That's what I was going to send to the Lembine, but I opted not to. Alright, I'll give this a second to load everything. It's this thing.
Alright. So TK50P is going to get the 17 Pro Max because I used 14 Pro Max for 2 years, and my mom says 10S and it's too old. It's no longer getting iOS 26. Well, yep, my 10R is not getting iOS 26, so it too will be getting. So it too is being axed from support. Now I just shared over all the other Tom & Ben news stuff, and once this pictures folder completely loads, I will be taking those things over with the Deal or No Deal. Taking all those things over with the Deal or No Deal episodes once it sorts everything by date, because I told it to sort everything by date, and I'm going to give it as much time as it needs. While it does that, let's go ahead and why don't we do a quick little eBay scavenger hunt. Of course, there aren't going to be any iPhone 17s because it's not out yet. What should we look at first? Let's go with Dell. Let's see what Dell Optiplex 3060s are up for sale. There's a 5090 Micro with the 10th Gen i3. It's already on 11 Pro. Here's one that's trending. Here's a 3060 with 256 gigabytes of storage, 16 gigs of RAM, and it's currently up for $54, but I already have one. Here's a, oh look, this is a 3060 Micro. That's the one that's in my possession right now, but this one is similar. This is an A400T that has a base speed of 1.7 gigahertz. The processor in my Micro has a faster clock speed of 2.1 gigahertz. That's where its base clock speed is. Here's a 3060 Tower PC with 16 gigs of RAM. Here's the i3 model. There we go. I see it has sorted everything. Well, close enough by date, but oh well. Alright, so let's move these to, well actually before we do that, let's see, a lot of these already exist in a bunch of folders, so I want to take them all over to the Micro first. And we still have to get tomorrow's stuff ready too. So that we're going to do next. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted. I'll take care of it. Alright, let's copy all these to the transfer folder. Okay, I'll give those a second. And while it does that, we can look at other models. Here's another one. The specs are right here. This is a 512 gigabyte model, 8 gigabytes of RAM, 3.6 gigahertz. Mine starts at just 3 gigahertz. This one's actually a lot of them. This is all 5th generation. They all have 16 gigs of RAM. they all have 11 Pro installed on their drives, or they already come with a Windows 11 installation media. Here's nearly the configuration I had. So 256 gigs, 8 gigabytes of RAM, and the processor starts at 3 gigahertz. That is the back of it. No trace of a wireless card, but of course there's the expandable Here's another 3060, which this one actually comes with a Wi-Fi card. Pretty cool, huh? So I can connect it to wireless. So this is pretty cool. And that's where the Wi-Fi antennas come out. You can see this is the Wi-Fi expansion slot, I believe, on the motherboard. 2 terabytes of space. Now what's on here? Is that all being ran by the mechanical hard drive? There's no way. No way. Hell no. I'm gonna throw a SSD in there and then have that 2 terabyte drive. This one's a 3060 micro that pretty much matches my specs. This one has a Wi-Fi chip already inside of it. It's an 8th gen, and it's 8500T CPU, 2.1 gigahertz, 8 gigabytes of RAM, 256 gigabytes the original configuration before I upgraded my micro, as many of you all know. Here's another one. This one does not have an operating system on its hard drive, but of course I could obtain the OS from Dell and reinstall it. Here's an old 7040 tower with a 6th generation Intel i7, and I can tell it's 6th generation because it says i7 inside. It doesn't mention the generation number like modern processors do. So here's an 8100T at a whopping 3.1 gigahertz, and this one meets the requirements for 11 Pro. You can see there's the Wi-Fi and everything. Here's another i3, 8 gigabytes of RAM and no hard drive. This one actually just went up. This is the i3 3060 model. The one I have is the i5. And this one again makes use of the. Here's another micro. It looks like a lot of these don't make use of the VGA expansion card, although I don't know if you can take that out or not. I'll have to see if there's a way I can take the expansion card cover off of the Dell Optiplex Micro, or is that permanently engraved? Because it says right here that the thing is actually permanently engraved into the frame. So if that's what you decide to do. Oh, here's the i7 with 32 gigabytes of RAM and 512 gigabytes of storage. The configuration, of course, I did upgrade mine to 32 gigabytes of RAM. Mine has a whopping 3 terabytes. 1 terabyte of which being the main internal SSD. The other being 2 terabytes from, again, that old hard drive that used to power my original Dell Inspiron laptop. Here's another micro, 3060. Does not have any hard drive in it, no mechanical or SSD. And then this is again the same configuration that I have. This is the i3 at 3.1. This is a 3060 8th gen that has Linux on it. And this one does not include the power cord. This one does not have a hard drive in it. So this 8th generation CPU does not have a hard drive. Here's another 3060 8th gen. Of course, all of these are pretty much going to come with the 11 Pro, because a lot of these meet the minimum system requirements. Here's another i5 model. This one just has that massive, wait, what is that, green power? That's literally the same hard drives that power Xfinity cable boxes. And it looks like there's a lot of 2 of them. And this says software not installed. So it looks like these do not have an operating system on them when you get it. So you could just use a Windows 11 installer, or you could just obtain the media directly from Dell, and they can. Why are these 159 copies here? Just throw them all away. Copy. Throw them all away. I don't need to see them. Okay, there we go. They're gone. Alright, and now I gotta reselect everything, but I'm waiting for all of those files to finish copying. They're just about done. Here's a 7060 micro with i5. And this one has the USB-C port on the front, has vPro power, 16 gigs of RAM, and there's the 256 gigabyte. What brand of SSD is that? Is that SK Hynix? Looks like SK Hynix to me. And that also has the expandable HDD caddy, I can tell. Let me look at my SSD and see if it matches what this is. Yep, it looks like it matches. So this is an SK Hynix SSD, NVMe SSD to be exact. So the 2 SSDs in fact match. So they do in fact match. And of course that is Windows 11 because it meets the requirements for it, according to Microsoft. Let's go to another page and let's see if we can find the HP Z2 workstation. Let's see if we can find any one of them. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Z2 G4. This is an older generation. It's this one is the 8th gen i5, which meets the minimum requirements for Windows 11. This one has the Xeon processor apparently. And you can see this is actually the exact same tower, I believe. If we look at if we go to the picture at the front, we can see that yep, this matches the description. This actually matches, so we can see that yep, this actually matches. Oh, and there we go. It actually automatically selected all 166 pictures for me. Thank you. Alright, then we can just go ahead and move them all to the folder. Yep, just skip the files and delete the rest. Why are there only 2 selected? Huh, okay. Could not find this item. Okay, it's probably got to take a moment to process the changes. Alright, and now that we're done with all that, I'll go ahead and unplug the USB and move that over to the micro and transfer all those files over. Okay. This one goes to the new program Showcase. The rest of them go to the Talking Friends folder on the hard drive. $145 files with the same names. Go ahead and skip them. Alright, and that's about it. Then we'll just go ahead and delete the rest of the stuff. Alright, and we'll get rid of those files. Let me make sure that these are all nothing different. Yep, 23 files with the same names. Throw them away. 9 files with the same names. Throw them away. Did I already throw these 14 items away? Yes, I did. I think I already tossed these 9. Yes, I did. Alright, and I'll just go ahead and delete the rest of them. And you know what? Forget about refreshing. I don't need that, so. Okay, that looks to be it. So I'll go ahead and throw them all away. Alright, and once it fully reloads, no more time event things should be present on in that directory. Okay, so there we go. We have taken care of that, but there is one final thing, that too, that we need to do. That is go back on WTMX. Then I will get the WRCH automated test, and then that is going to be it. Alright, and then the final thing is refresh the Comcasts. And I'll let the pictures folder completely reload. And once it finishes, there should be that one thing hiding in the folder. Now I like it sorted by date. Now, let's see if I can find the one. Let me pin the tab. Oh wait, that's the XML data. There we go. Yeah, we're pretty much about done here, so we'll go ahead and delete those. And of course there is a little bit of final business we need to take care of before we go off the air tonight. So this one happened after. That Verizon. we'll wait for those two folders to finish reloading. I'm going to take out WCNO, and take out TMX. So folks, we're getting down to the nitty gritty here. Alright, I see all of the Talking Friends stuff has processed. I'll get this set up in just a moment. Which one was where we did the... Which one was it?
Much, but you loved it.
Now, let's see if we can replicate the effect when we slow this file down. So we're going to play it through Audacity and slow this down. So yeah, when I play that file in the exact same speed as the original, I get the original effect. You know, the effect that you all were not able to hear when I originally, created the file. You can tell because when slowing this down, I can actually make out what ended up becoming of the of that chipmunk style pitch. And I can indeed confirm that it was the Bubbleguppies theme, and it's around this. Actually, I think it's for the entirety of the file, but let me listen again. Yeah, I can confirm it because I heard the sounds of Bubble Puppy at the very beginning. And if we look at pictures, there shouldn't be any more traces of, oh crap. Oh, there were some copies that it never touched. But we can just filter it by copy. And make sure that it's only Tom and Ben stuff and nothing more. And we will just scrap them all. And there we go. Yep. So all that is now gone. But let me see how much that's filled up the recycle bin. That's a lot. That's quite a lot of stuff that's filled up the recycle bin. So let me see how much space it's actually taking up. So, because I want to leave enough space. Yeah, 24 gigabytes free. How much is in the bin? Huh, okay, 5.9 gigabytes. So that'll give us 30 gigs. So I'll go ahead and throw them all away. And there we go. Okay, so good. We just freed up another 6 gigabytes. So now we have enough to continue on with Sorry tomorrow. Isn't that nice? But we'll see how much of it we can do. Alright. So, one final piece of business before we end this. That is, of course, to prepare everything for tomorrow. Because I have a feeling there is going to be a slight risk involved. So, I'd like to get this ready now, while we can. It's best to prepare now, so that we don't get caught off guard at the last minute. So, I want to see how many monitors I can fit here. If I have to move this over to my other system, my more powerful one, considering how big all this is, then I will do that. But I think it should be able to handle this PC just fine. So, Glasgow, Billings, what else? Is Missoula involved? No, I'm not going to do with Missoula. U and R. Rapid City. And looks like it's all in Wyoming too. So we're also going to add Cheyenne. And Riverton into the mix. And it looks like Colorado is also involved. So we will add Grand Junction. Boulder, not Melbourne, Denver. I should say Boulder, Denver, Colorado. Well, this is probably still the old version where I don't have the Denver stream. I probably don't even. I'll have to see if I can find it. And then I think that's it. I don't think it goes any further than that. Well, actually, actually, I have the Denver stream already on the playlist, on the NWR playlist. Let me find it. So, let's see. No Weather Radio. And up on the list, there it is. Denver, Colorado. And that's going to replace KGNU. So, just go ahead and take that in, place it out, save the file, and that's it. I'll just save this again just to make sure that I took off everything I needed to take off. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, I didn't take my allergy stuff this morning as I ran out of it. But, oh well. Okay, so there we go. That is everything that we needed to do. So we pretty much took care of all of it at this point. So, but before we end this, let's check everything. Ooh, ballast train. Almost a ballast train, but I see some tractors involved too. If that doesn't make the grab bag, I swear. If that does not make the grab bag, I swear. Sure that we got everything we needed. So let's see here. Just double checking, making sure that we got all of it. Okay, yep, we got that. We got that. That we took care of. John TV failed that SVR, of course. Is that everything? Yep, that looks to be all of it. That's K-Love. Yep, I checked everything beforehand. Do we have all the Comcast? Do we have all the Coxes? Yes, we do. I went back on all of them earlier. That's Ohio. That is VHO Pitt. Formerly VHO. It is VHO 11, but it goes now VHO Pitt. But at least I know it's in the Pittsburgh area. And WMLS. Alright. Okay, so we have gotten everything that we needed. We are all caught up. So, now that we're all ready to go for tomorrow, and actually, I am going to let my secondary handle the Rochester monthly test tonight, because a lot of it is in there. Well, actually, we almost are ready, and I just forgot. Almost forgot that I did say that we were going to set up the new program showcase for Monday a bit early. So that's what we're going to do, because a lot of the stuff has already been processed. So I just want to, so let's go ahead and take this time and get it ready now while we can. So this will be 5th grader for next week. I see 64 has a slight, I see there's a slight error in episode 64, where I did not cut out the opening part. Okay. So it looks like episode 64, I might have to looks like episode 64, I might have to do some slight trimming on it, and then reschedule it. So I'm gonna also put this down to 5th, damn it, grader, episode 64. That's actually going to be the first thing I'm going to correct, and I'm going to post that alongside all the other shows as well. A good thing I discovered it now while it's sitting in post-production, waiting to be premiered. Alright, and then the big numbers. And then we got meal or no meal. Sorry, 75. Sorry, 76. And then 290. Yep, so that is WCKA, the very last test before midnight. Okay. Alright, so we got everything ready to go, and we have already cemented it because we are not doing a county request video this week. So, the final total is 2 hours and 38 minutes. So, for Monday, let's start it at, let's see. So if it goes for 2 hours and 38 minutes, 35, let's do 20. Let's start it at 1. Well, that would allow 8 minutes. Okay, yeah, let's do 8. Let's do 1:30 p.m. And then I gotta. And then I gotta make mention of the runtime. Alright, so let's go ahead and make sure that that is everything that we need. That everything that we need is in there. How did I not notice Bubble Puppy in the original in the Tom and Ben News product? Let me take another listen here. Yeah.
This is a required weekly test for the emergency alert system for Cass County, Michigan. This is only a test.
Yeah, I only further confirmed it by playing it slowed down. Alright. And then that's it then. So we'll go ahead and reset the station, but just to be sure that I saved everything, I'm gonna go ahead and okay, where's our problem at now? Did I forget to leave out something? Did I leave something out by accident? Let me take a look. I don't see anything wrong. Okay, where did we have the problem before? Was it somewhere at the top? I don't see it anywhere. Oh, I see what happened. I took out the comma. Was that the problem? No, it wasn't? Huh, okay. Okay, let's restore backup. Let's restore the original. Okay, that's not gonna work. Okay, let's just bring the original config as we had before. Okay, that's not working either? What the heck? What the heck is going on here? By the way, I'm gonna open up WQGR on the iPad, just in case they test while we're trying to figure out what's wrong here. Let's see here. I don't see these anywhere. Okay. Oh, DDG doesn't have a parenthesis. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? That's a bug. That's a bug in Notepad. Alright. It should work now. There we go. Mouse out. And recommit the changes I had already made, including removing these 3. Alright, it should work now. And now it works. There we go. Okay, so PLD is back on the air now. The tests are all set to go. And I'll have all the severe weather monitors set to go for tomorrow. So, in addition, I'm going to move episode 64 out onto the documents directory so I can correct the error and then reprocess the episode. That is actually what I'm going to do first. you know what? We could do it tonight. So you know what? Let's actually get it done now while we can. Because a majority of the episode, as I've said, has already been processed. So you know what? Let's go ahead and get it done now, along with, you know, prepping some of the, and then along with prepping the first 5 Wheel of Fortune episodes, just to sort of accelerate the process a little bit. So, what did I use this video for? I'm guessing this was a collection of logos with Weatherscan music. Yeah, that's what it was. Alright, so I'm just going to start a whole new video. And I'm going to take 6th grader 64. So it's mainly the first part that I need to cut out, where the final score from a previous game displays at the beginning of the program. How did I not see that after I edited this episode? How did I not see it? How did I not see it until well after it was made? I don't know. I don't know, but regardless, I'm going to retake the episode from the beginning. And, well, yeah. My goodness. Baltimore. Oh, yeah, that's right. Baltimore is a county and city. This is Baltimore City. But my goodness, right at the last minute to midnight, and already a Baltimore cluster, or area, rather, ends up testing. Alright, so this is one of the last things we need to process. And then that will do it. So I'm going to X all these out. Let's actually comment the changes on here. So let's change speed and pitch to 6:1. Apply. Okay. Oh my gosh, that might be something I could mess around with tonight instead. I don't know. Alright, but I want to get 64 remade first things first, now that I had identified it, and do some other stuff as well. Alright, and with that being said, that is it. That is going to do it for us here tonight. Oh, and of course, before we go, there's a few more things we gotta do. First is thanking Tom and Ben for being great members of our birthday spectacular here today. And I see Midland Catch's camera ran out of space right before the weekly test happened, so that's a shame. What's this one? And so I see Landon WX has lost his cat. He ran away, and he's just trying to look for him. So hopefully he gets it back soon. Alright. Oh yeah, one more thing. Of course, thank you Tom and Ben for being great members of our show here today. Of course, we always appreciate your company. And of course, we will be back with you on next week's show, whenever we get to when we get to do this again. So thank you both for being a great part of our birthday special, and we'll see you both here on next week's show. And with that, that is going to be it actually for our actual show. So let me find the original copy. So let me find the original copy of episode 64. Okay, there we go. March 9th, 2025. I gotta take note that it premieres on November 6th. So I'm taking note of this, and I'm going to repost this episode. So I'm going to take it out of the playlist, and then I'm going to take the original episode down. Alright, and then I will re-upload the episode in its new copy. This will go into the 5th grader playlist. I don't have the thumbnail file on this PC, but I will fix it. This goes up on November 6th at 3:30 p.m. Okay, so episode 64, 5th grader, has been corrected, and now it is all set to go. So that is it then. That's the last thing we needed to get done. Alright, so now that we're all caught up with everything and we are finished for today, of course I would like to first of all take this opportunity to thank all of our special guests who have joined us today. Let's see, I know Brian Schlack was with us. Today. Andrew Durnock was with us. Yalk Lepine was with us. And, of course, Brandon was with us. Although, Brandon was not with us for quite a lot of time. But, of course, as always, we do appreciate his company. So, one more time about tomorrow and the rest of this week before we go. Is tomorrow, I'll do more tapings of my shows, Backyard Baseball, and my evening class before Backyard Baseball, when I come back from there. Friday will be our more tapings and then our Fun Night show. And then Saturday, nothing. No shows for Saturday except for our Waystar stream that we'll do later in the night after I make the videos of Ralph Fandy Northbrook and I-294. I should probably add that to the Monday thing once we get it all set up. So that's kind of as far as we can go with Monday for the time being. But it's okay. I'll also get the first 5 new copies of Big John Wheel of Fortune processed as well. So that's what I'm going to do. Also tonight as well. So, with that said, again, thank you to all our special guests for joining us here today. We thank you all so much for joining us here for my 21st birthday spectacular on our weekly test show. So of course this is gonna be a very big milestone in my life because I'm pretty much now an adult, fully an adult. So 21. This is amazing. I pretty much can do anything I want. I mean, you know, I can go to the bars and, well, no way in hell am I ever drinking alcohol. No way. I'm going to steer away from it at all costs. And I'm not going back into soda either, unless I water it down. But whatever. So, with that being said, thank you all for joining me. And if anybody, I know Texas Gulf Coast gave me the birthday wish at the beginning of the show. Thank you so much for the birthday wish. And anyone who made any birthday wishes for me, thank you. Thank you very much for all the wishes. I deserve all you do. Thank you. I deserve all of the wishes for me. And I'm guessing and I know a lot of my family members are going to be giving me all the birthday wishes tomorrow, so, because today is my special day. And one more thing before we end it. Fun fact. I can't remember what year it was, but I tried out the Nick Jr. Birthday Club, where you could have characters from a Nick Jr. show of your choosing call you with a personalized message at the time, Bubble Guppies was being offered, so I went with that, and that was the call that I went with. I can't remember what year it was. I think it was 2014 or was it 15? I think it was 2014 because I think that was the first year I heard of this thing. So I wanted to give it a try, just to see what it's like. So, wait, that was just a fun fact. I'll probably tell you a little bit more about it on Friday's show before we even begin the main festivities with that. Or we may have to start things earlier and shorter, so I can get to bed early and whatnot. So we'll probably try to reduce that time as much as we can to accommodate for that. And probably after we go off the air, I'll go looking for the thumbnail file and I should probably send over the thumbnail. I probably should have sent over the thumbnail files too. But I'll go back and I might go back and do that as well. So, with that being said, as I said, that's all I've got for you tonight. So thank you all so much for joining us here. Thanks again to all of our special guests for joining us here. Of course, they're really what keeps this train rolling. And we'll see you tomorrow night for our Backyard Baseball show. And then, of course, our Fun Night show on Friday night. The Waystar stream from the Lawn of Oaks on Saturday night. Roblox show also from the Lawn of Oaks on Sunday. And then back here in the studio for Ticket to Ride on Sunday night at 9. And then, of course, Minecraft and everything else as normal. So, this was a great day. I enjoyed it. But now I need some rest. So, while I enjoyed that rest, we'll let you all go back finally now to normal programming. We thank you for joining us for our weekly test show again here tonight, here today, and we wish all of you a very pleasant good night.